Namaskar and good afternoon. Please join me in welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Surya Pratap Shahi, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We are honored to have you with us, sir. Namaskar and good afternoon once again. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Surya Pratap Shahi, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I'm Surbhi Jajodia, Communications Manager at the Federation of Seed Industry of India. For the inaugural session today, I would like to request our dignitaries to kindly grace their presence on the dais. Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Vice Chairman FSII, Mr. Ajay Rana, Chairman FSII, Mr. Ajay V. Jakhar, Chairman Bharat Krishak Samaj, Professor Vijay Paul Sharma, Chairman of CACP Government of India, Mr. Surya Pratap Shahi is already here and we are very, very honored to have you, sir. Ms. Anuja Kadian, Director of the Federation of Seed Industry of India. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued participants, on behalf of the Federation of Seed Industry of India, I welcome you all to the momentous occasion, the Conference of Blueprint for Amritkaal, Technology, Enablers, and Impact. Today, we gather to explore and discuss the innovations, policies, and strategies that will shape the future of India's agriculture and seed sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Mr. Surya Pratap Shahi, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh, amongst other eminent dignitaries. May I now request Mr. Ajay Rana to do the honors in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Shahi, with a small token of appreciation, please. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. We have with us Mr. Ajay V. Jakhar, Chairman Bharat Krishak Samaj. May I please request Ms. Anuja Kadian to do the honors for welcoming our special guest, Mr. Jakhar, with a small token of appreciation, please. A huge round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be your host today for the FSII's conference on Blueprint for Amritkaal, Technology, Enablers, and Impact. As a leading association representing 40+ members in the research and development-based plant science industry, we at the Federation of Seed Industry of India are committed to producing top-quality seeds that are vital to the nation's food, feed, and fiber sectors. Today, we have gathered to explore innovations and enablers that will help us steer India's agricultural sector in the future. Our discussions will focus on the advancements in technology, the role of sustainable practices, and policy shifts required to drive growth and self-reliance. With experts from various fields, including government officials, industry leaders, and agricultural innovators, I am confident that today's dialogue will pave way for a stronger and more resilient seed sector, contributing to the broader goals of national development. Thank you once again for joining us, and I look forward Thank you once again for joining us, and I look forward to an inspiring and insightful day. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us Professor Vijay Paul Sharma, Chairman, Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices, CACP Government of India. May I please request our Vice Chairman, Mr. Rajveer Rathi, to do the honors in welcoming him with a small token of appreciation. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Without further delay, I would now invite our Vice Chairman, Mr. Rathi, Director of Public Affairs, Science and Sustainability at Bayer Crop Science, to deliver the welcome remarks, please.
Good afternoon, and thanks, Surbhi. To respected Honorable Minister Sri Surya Pratap Shahi ji, Mr. Ajay Jakhar, Professor Vijay Paul Sharma, distinguished guests, esteemed invitees, fellow board member, and colleagues from the seed industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to extend a warm welcome to all participants of today's conference titled Blueprint for Amritkaal. The agriculture sector stands at a cornerstone of our nation's economy, affecting the livelihood and well-being of approximately more than 58% of India's population, according to the latest data from Ministry of Agriculture. As we approach the celebration of 100 years of independence in 2047, aligned with the Viksit Bharat vision articulated by our Honorable Prime Minister, agriculture will undeniably remain a pivotal sector for advancement. While the past 76 years have seen India achieve food security and emerge as a leading producer of various agricultural commodities, it is imperative to recognize and address the sector's ongoing challenge altogether. Little bit overview of the Indian seed sector. Today, the market value of Indian seed is valued at approximately US $3.6 billion as of 2024, making it one of the largest in the world. Growth rate we expect is at a rate of 10 to 12% CAGR per year, which will be driven by increasing demand for quality seed to feed our population of more than 1.4 billion. In terms of export, India today exports seed to more than 150 countries with an annual export value of approximately more than 200 million. And still it offers a huge opportunity to go from 1 to 2% today, which India has, to 10%. Now, in terms of the R&D investment, by the public and private sector has significantly increased, focusing on high yielding and climate resilient seed varieties. At the same time, the key challenges before the Indian agriculture sector are enormous, and we all know what are the different challenges we face day in and day out. Crop productivity is one, and if you look at the current statistic, which indicate that productivity is significantly below global average, but there is an opportunity to bridge that gap which still exists today. In terms of the national security, with the population projected to reach by 1.5 billion by 2030, ensuring nutritional security remains a pressing concern. We are calorie sufficient, but I think there is a lot of scope to do on the nutrition side of it. Sustainability, the agriculture sector contributes to 18% of country's greenhouse gas emission, underscoring the need for sustainable practices in the long run. Climate adaptation, given that 60% of Indian agriculture is rain-fed, the sector is particularly vulnerable to climate variability, and I think the people sitting over here and outside has witnessed that how, and I think that's the sector which will be most impacted by the climate change what we are witnessing. Going forward, we are privileged to have with us today Sri Surya Pratap Shahi ji, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Uttar Pradesh, serving as our chief guest. His extensive experience and visionary contribution to the agriculture policy in Uttar Pradesh are well recognized. Additionally, we are also honored by the presence of Mr. Ajay Jakhar, a prominent advocate for farmer-friendly policies. And let me also share with the group that's, whenever we discuss with him, and that's one of the long-standing demand which we met, that we should have a farmer or farmer leader in any of the conferences which happens on the input. So thanks, Ajay, for joining. We also have Professor Vijay Paul Sharma, Chairman of the Commission on Agriculture Cost and Prices, Ministry of Agriculture, whose expertise in agriculture economics is unparalleled, with over 3 decades of academic and research experience at IIM Ahmedabad. We welcome you, sir. The conference will also feature 2 insightful panel discussions with eminent panelists, including Dr. D.K. Yadav, who is ADG Seed, Dr. A.K. Singh, former director, we welcome you, sir, Dr. Vishwanath Chinnaswamy, who is Joint Director Research ICR, Dr. Siang Hee, who is the Executive Director Crop Life Asia, he will join online. Then we have Dr. Gyan Sambandhan, Joint Director Department of Plant Protection. And also we welcome the industry leaders, which Ram Kondania, Dr. Paresh Verma, Dr. Santosh is here. He has assumed the charge of President ISF. I think he's the first one from Asia, so we welcome you. We also welcome Dr. H.S. Gupta, who is here in the audience. Dr. Rajput, colleagues from other associations like FICCI, and friends from media. So we all welcome you to this knowledge session. Surabhi, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. To further set the tone of today's discussion, I would now like to invite our chairman, Mr. Ajay Rana, for setting the context of today's conference.
Good afternoon. माननीय श्री सूर्य प्रताप सिंह साही, कृषि मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश, प्रोफेसर विजयपाल शर्मा, चेयरमैन CSEP, अजय वीर जाखर, भारतीय कृषक समाज, my colleagues from seed industry, Dr. A.K. Singh, we have I think some colleagues from embassies too here, media, and I think we have a farmer on the dais. I don't know whether we have a farmer there at the back or not. If I'm missing any farmer there, please raise your hand. I count myself also as a farmer. So, मंत्री जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. आपने बहुत ही हमने आपको शॉर्ट नोटिस दिया था और आप हमारे बीच में आज आए यहाँ पे. मैं थोड़ा अपना फेडरेशन का परिचय आपको देता हूँ. हम लोग we are a 50-member seed association, but like all the companies are leading R&D based companies. सभी companies का अनुसंधान में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है. और जो भारत का बीज व्यापार, हमारी जो सीड इंडस्ट्री है, राजवीर जी ने बताया करीब $4.5 बिलियन, रफली 32-35 हज़ार करोड़ रुपया का जो व्यापार है, उसका 60% शेयर हमारी मेंबर कंपनीज़ का है. और ऑल लीडिंग नेशनल एंड मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज, दे आर मेंबर ऑफ FSII, फेडरेशन ऑफ सीड इंडस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया. वन ऑफ द मेजर ऑब्जेक्टिव और पर्पज़ जो हमारा उद्देश्य है साहब, वो है कि भारतीय किसानों के बीच में हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आएँ जिससे कि किसान आगे बढ़े. किसान आगे बढ़ेगा तभी हमारा व्यापार आगे बढ़ सकता है. सो दैट इज़ द कोर वैल्यू ऑफ FSII. हमारी मेंबर कंपनीज दे इन्वेस्ट नियरली 10% ऑफ देयर रेवेन्यू. जितना भी कंपनी का व्यापार है उसका 10% हम लोग अपना R&D में स्पेंड करते हैं, नए बीज को, नई टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलप करने में. इफ़ यू लुक एट यूपी इज़ अ मेजर प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ राइस, wheat, corn, sugarcane. Our member companies have contributed in developing the latest hybrid corn, जो मक्का की सिंगल क्रॉस वैरायटी, हमारा बहुत बड़ा एरिया यूपी में अब मक्का का है सब. Hybrid rice is developed by many of our member companies, and hybrid vegetables, अभी जो सब्जी के उत्पादन में जो क्रांति आई है उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान है वेजिटेबल, जो हाइब्रिड वेजिटेबल डेवलप किया गया है. So we focus on policy advocacy issues, कि किस तरह की पॉलिसी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की हों, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स की हों, जिससे कि इस तरह का वातावरण तैयार हो सके कि भाई हम किसानों के तक अपनी नई टेक्निक को जल्दी से जल्दी ला सकें. एग्रीकल्चर इज़ ए स्टेट सब्जेक्ट एंड यूपी इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेट फॉर एग्रीकल्चर. And in fact, like under the leadership of Chief Minister Yogi ji, as well as your leadership, UP has been making a lot of progress in ease of doing business. We expect like we work with UP on creating, in fact, like some example on how we can create an environment which is suitable for the progress of seed industry. देखिए, किसानों के बीच में सब हम लोग कोई नया बीज डेवलप करके लाते हैं तो उसमें करीब 6 साल लगते हैं. हमारा R&D में ही स्टेज 0 से स्टेज 5 तक हम लेके जाते हैं. फिर उसको हम ट्रायल किसान के पास करते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के पास करते हैं, देन वो बीज हम बाज़ार में लेके आते हैं. अभी हमारी मेंबर कंपनीज़ को सब एक बहुत बड़ा इशू ये रहता है कि 6 साल का R&D करने के बाद भी स्टेट्स में, अलग अलग स्टेट्स का रिक्वायरमेंट होता है कि 3 साल के ट्रायल स्टेट में भी किए जाएँ. तो एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी को किसान तक आने में 9 साल लग जाते हैं, जो कि बहुत लंबा समय है. सो ये कुछ हमारे हैं मुद्दे जो हम लोग लखनऊ में भी आपके पास आएंगे, बट आज का हमारा मेजर ऑब्जेक्टिव टू ब्रिंग यू ओवर हियर वाज लाइक वी वांट टू वर्क विद द स्टेट्स क्लोजली और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को सीड इंडस्ट्री का जो योगदान है और सीड इंडस्ट्री स्टेट्स के एग्रीकल्चर को और किसानों को कैसे आगे ले जा सकते हैं. अनदर इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर, आप लखनऊ से हैदराबाद गए थे, मेरे को मालूम है अभी कुछ 2 हफ्ता पहले ही. सीड इंडस्ट्री इज़ अ मेजर एम्प्लॉयर ऑल्सो. वी जनरेट लॉट ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, नया रोजगार. और ज़्यादातर जो सीड इंडस्ट्री में हमारे राइट फ्रॉम सीड प्रोडक्शन, रिसर्च, एक्सटेंशन, सेल्स, ज़्यादातर जो हमारे एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं वो ग्रामीण भूमिका से ही आते हैं. और जो किसानों के साथ हम बीज उत्पादन करते हैं साहब, करीब 10 लाख किसानों के साथ हम जुड़े हुए हैं बीज उत्पादन में. और ये अभी जो हमारा ज़्यादा बीज उत्पादन है वो तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, इन स्टेट्स में है. उसका खैर कारण भी है कि वो भौगोलिक स्थिति, जलवायु इस तरह का है कि ड्राई क्लाइमेट में सीड प्रोडक्शन का क्वालिटी अच्छा होता है. लेकिन industry is now in fact growing, and we are also looking at developing new seed production areas, and UP can be potentially one area for especially for field crops, cereal crops. Changing the gear now, सीड इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से हम लोग, राजवीर जी ने बात किया कि वर्ल्ड वाइड जो सीड इंडस्ट्री का साइज है दैट इज़ अबाउट $65 बिलियन. उसको रुपए में बात करें तो साहब करीब 5.5 लाख से 6 लाख करोड़ के बीच में है. दुनिया भर में बीज का व्यापार है. इंडिया शेयर इन द ग्लोबल इंडस्ट्री इज स्टिल वेरी स्मॉल. हमारा शेयर 10% से भी कम है. लेकिन अगर हम अपना एग्रीकल्चर का साइज देखें कंट्री का, वी आर द लार्जेस्ट एग्रीकल्चर कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड. इनफैक्ट हमारा जो एरेबल एरिया है खेती का इज इवन बिगर देन चाइना एंड अमेरिका. They are 3 times bigger than us in geographic area, but like our agriculture is bigger than these countries. So same proportion, our seed industry can also be huge. We can play a bigger role in global seed industry and global seed trade. So that is one area where we are working with central government, and of course states will be a key stakeholder for seed export. Recently there were some changes in the seed export policy, and we were stuck up with some approvals. लेकिन नए चीफ सेक्रेटरी जो हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी साहब आए हैं, यूपी कैडर से ही आए हैं अभी, थैंक्स टू हिज लिसनिंग टू आवर इश्यूज, सो वी गॉट क्लियरेंसेज ऑफ दोज इश्यूज. एक और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण एरिया जहाँ पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं साहब, वो है डायरेक्ट सीडेड राइस, धान की सीधी बुआई. धान हमारे देश की बहुत बड़ी फसल है. वी ग्रो राइस इन अबाउट 110 मिलियन एकर्स. लेकिन ज़्यादातर एरिया जो है वो ट्रांसप्लांटेड है. ट्रांसप्लांटेड राइस को हम ये भी कह सकते हैं कि ट्रांसप्लांटेड राइस इज़ ए मीथेन फैक्ट्री. राइस इज़ ए मेजर food crop, but rice is a major contributor in greenhouse gases emission in agriculture. With DSR, direct seeded rice, हम किसानों को ट्रांसप्लांटिंग की बजाय सीधे बुआई की तकनीक की तरफ ले जा रहे हैं सब, जिससे कि किसान का इनकम भी बढ़ सकता है, उसका आय बढ़ सकता है, एंड दिस इज गुड फॉर एनवायरनमेंट टू. किसान के लिए एक और अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट होता है. हम बोलते हैं कि एक नई क्रॉप, कार्बन क्रॉप, फार्मर कैन मेक मनी with carbon credits also if they adopt direct seeded rice. We are working with central government and state governments on national policy for seed development. नया seed bill बहुत समय से pending है sir. We have given our representation, and state like UP will also play a major role as we shape up the new seed bill. Our industry work on intellectual property rights. नया जो अनुसंधान है वो कैसे किसानों तक लाया जा सके, और जो अनुसंधान करके एक नया इन्वेंशन कर रहा है उनको भी उसका एक they can also get their credit for their invention and investments. So बहुत ज़्यादा समय ना लेते हुए, चूँकि हम लोगों ने थोड़ा लेट स्टार्ट किया है, I'd like to close with 3 points. That FSII is committed to bring seed innovation for making a positive impact on Indian agriculture and Indian farmers. We will continue to promote policy advocacy, which opens the door for new technology. We will knock all the doors, including central government and the state governments, for policy advocacy. We'll continue to take up our member companies' issues, as I highlighted in the beginning, regarding seed licensing and ease of doing business. With this, I once again thank all the member companies. माननीय मंत्री जी, आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और Surbhi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are honored to have a special address from a leading voice in the agricultural sector. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ajay Veer Jakhar, Chairman of the Bharat Krishak Samaj, to deliver a special address, please.
आदरणीय शाही साहब, आपकी इजाज़त हो तो इंग्लिश में बोल लेता हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत सारे एम्बेसी से आए हुए मैंने देखा कि ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं उनके लिए. हाँ जी, तो विजयपाल शर्मा जी, दोस्तों को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार. आई थैंक द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइडेड for me to participate in the conference, and I hope I can leave some thoughts and ideas for government functionaries, for the Honorable Minister, and for the participants to take forward. Seeds are a very critical part of the food systems. They are the foundation for increasing productivity, but it is also true that seeds on their own cannot work. They need other components to be in place for seeds to deliver. Components like good soil, weather, climate, water. But apart from the many components, 3 components I would want to focus on. One is investments in agriculture research, second is in extension, and third is in regulation, because these also need to be in place for seeds to deliver. Badqismati se, unfortunately, over the last 20 years, investment in agriculture research and development the increase in budget for agriculture research and development has been less than in real terms, which means that in real terms, the funding has reduced. हर साल 20 साल से लगातार जो funding मिल रही है budget में agriculture को 20 साल से लगातार कम हो रही है. And this is in spite of the fact that investment in agriculture research and development gives 10 times the return and other factors that are known. अपना जो GDP का जो हिस्सा है, the portion that we are investing of the GDP is also very limited. That needs to more than double. But even the money that is allocated for agriculture research institutions, I don't know of how much of that is left after administrative expenses and pensions are given. AK Singh साहब हैं, दूसरे सेशन में बोलेंगे. I think so. AK Singh साहब आपको बताना चाहिए कि इतना पैसा agriculture institutions को मिलता है और उसमें से पेंशन और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्सपेंस देने के बाद रिसर्च के लिए कितना बच जाता है. ठीक है, एज अ फार्मर माई थिंग इज दैट वी गेट द बेस्ट सीड्स, दैट वी गेट द बेस्ट प्रॉफिट्स. और मेरा मानना है कि इफ़ आई गेट गुड सीड्स, MSP becomes less relevant, prices become less relevant if I can get my profits from better seeds. And I'll come to an experience. मैं अबोहर में खेती करता हूँ सर. मेरा गांव अबोहर में है और कॉटन नरमा जो हमारी एक फसल है वो बहुत बुरे दिनों से जा रही है. तो वी विल कम टू दैट लेटर इन दिस थिंग. The other part we see is that तो हमने बजट में फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर साहब से 2-3 बार मिल लिए और इस प्री बजट सेशन में भी मैं मिलने गया था उनसे, और हमने यही बोला कि जो एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट की जो फंडिंग है वो डबल करनी चाहिए. बट वो पैसा मिलना किसको चाहिए, दैट इज़ द सेकंड क्वेश्चन. तो हमने सजेस्ट किया कि फंडिंग आप दुगनी करो और वो पैसे से दैट मनी ऑफ रिसर्च शुड नॉट ओनली बी अवेलेबल टू एग्रीकल्चर public sector, it should also be available to civil society, it should also be available to farmers to do research, and it should also be available to the private sector to do research. दुनिया भर में सरकार प्राइवेट सेक्टर को भी पैसा देती है रिसर्च करने के लिए, यहाँ पे पैसा केवल पब्लिक सेक्टर को मिलता है. So we think the money should be made available to other sections of society. At the end of it, the only maqsad is that we get better seeds, and the definition of better I will come to as we go along. The second issue is that agriculture is a state subject, and I have been chairman of Punjab State Farmers Commission, which is a statutory body, and being there I have tried to study this factor, and I see that there is over 50% vacancies in agriculture colleges and universities across the country. There is around 40% vacancy in agriculture extension staff officers. तो industry कितना भी अच्छा seat दे दे, ICR कितना भी अच्छा seat दे दे, if you don't have good extension officers, if you don't have the vacancies filled up, if they're not supported by technology, yields and profits will not come. I had recently gone to Jabalpur, and I found that there was, I was told that in the Jabalpur University there was a 70% vacancy of sanctioned posts. So these are fundamental issues I think that we need to settle. The other suggestion Mantri Saab we gave to the finance minister, and she is very kind कि जब समय मांगते हैं वो मेरे को बुला लेती हैं और हमारी बात सुन लेती हैं. तो we said कि जो जब हम नीति आयोग में जाते हैं तो नीति आयोग refuses on the point that I'm going to discuss. We went and met Arvind Panegriya ji, finance commission नया बैठा हुआ है. He said it's not in my domain. I went and met the chief economic advisor. He said it's in my domain. So we're still trying to figure out किसकी domain में है. But the question is कि जो centrally sponsored scheme है, जिसके अंदर central government पैसा देती है state को कि 41% of devolution of funds है. So the question is that how a state invests that 41% becomes very important. Because if that state invests that money in religious tourism, if it invests it in infrastructure, then they do not deploy their share of the profit, dovetail it with central government schemes which will allow for more human capacity building, for more extension officers, for filling posts in universities. So sir, हमने suggest किया है, अरविंद पानेगरी जी के पास वापस time लिया है हमने finance commission में जाने के लिए for the second time, because we got a suggestion that the finance commission can give money as grant. It cannot allocate shares for different states. So if for investment in building human capacity of government departments, if the ratio could change from 60-40 to 90-10 for 5 years, I think सारे state governments will be in a position to fill vacancies for agriculture. जो extension officers हैं, ADO हैं, HTO हैं, horticulture department के या universities में जो vacancies हैं, वो से fill हो सकती हैं, because I think that is the priority. The other thing that we have told the Chief Economic Advisor and Krishi Mantralaya में is that भारत में agriculture policy नहीं है, and we need an agriculture policy. बाकी राज्यों में, if you go to the European Union, you go to the United States, you go to other countries, they change their agriculture policies, they come up with new farm bills, new laws every few years. That is something that we need to do. The other change we want is कि बार बार अपने अखबार में पढ़ते हैं, we read, I keep हिंदी में बोल लेता हूँ, but you know बैठे हैं यहाँ पे विदेश से आए हुए, so we normally read in newspapers that the government is talking, not government also, I think the bureaucracy is talking about self-sufficiency. The agriculture research system is talking about self-sufficiency. As a farmer, my experience says that we should not be looking at self-sufficiency, we should be looking at strategic autonomy. Ki where is the competitiveness that we have, what is necessity for, there's a difference between the two of how we relate this. And I have 2-3 suggestions for the industry to follow with the ministry. You may not like it, you may like, if you understand it, you will like it. If you don't understand it, you may not like it. But ये सुझाव है मेरा. तो जब मैं फार्मर कमीशन में चेयरमैन था 5 साल कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जी के साथ, so हमने देखा कि when I went, because सर हम गांव में ना we give extension services, तो हमने एक ट्रस्ट बना रखा है जहाँ पे हम स्टूडेंट्स को लाके वो उनकी जो इंटर्नशिप होती है कॉलेज की उनको ट्रेन करते हैं. तो वो हमारे खेत में आते हैं, 1 महीना वहाँ रहते हैं और वो ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं. तो we realize that the students that are coming from colleges are really third rate. Don't mind me using the word. I mean, like, you have to teach them everything. उनको कुछ भी नहीं आता है. So when I became the chairman of the Farmers Commission, this is a point we raised in Punjab, that the students that are coming in are not very knowledgeable. BSc, MSc के जो students आते हैं. And we realized that there were around 150 agriculture colleges. Vijaypal ji, there were around 150 colleges or 120 colleges in Punjab, agriculture colleges, and agriculture being a state subject, they were never been regulated. मेरा मतलब central government उनको regulate नहीं कर सकता, state के पास कानून ही नहीं था regulate करने के लिए. So we made a law. पंजाब एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी से पूछ के उनके विचार से एक कानून बनाया कि ये क्राइटेरिया मीट करना चाहिए कि अगर आप एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा. एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू से दैट मोर देन 50% ऑफ द कॉलेजेस आई थिंक हैव क्लोज्ड डाउन बाय नाउ, because if you don't have the required classrooms, you don't have the required land, you don't have the infrastructure, teachers, professors, you should not be teaching students, because these students come out, they are educated, but they are not employable. So this is the other point that we must look at, which comes to the point of regulating agriculture. In Punjab, we realize that हम seed sector को और pesticide sector को state जो कानून है देश में, the laws that are there did not allow us to govern seed and the pesticide sales and reporting in the state. So we suggested to the state to make a seed act. We never landed up making anything because it is a very complex task, and we realized that we were not competent enough to make such a task. But having said that, my thing is that we need a seed act from the central government. If every state government makes a seed act, then it's going to be a nightmare for companies, it's going to be a nightmare for farmers, compliance nahi hoega, kuch nahi hoega. So we need a state seed, we need a central government seed act bill to come in, we need a pesticide bill, I think so they are stuck in the Parliament Standing Committee, we need such things to come in. The other innovative thing we did in Punjab, we piloted, and I don't know, I think so Rajbir knows about it, is that we said that all, and I would suggest, मंत्री जी, मैं आपको request करूँगा कि आप भी इसको यूपी में देखें कि जो भी एग्रीकल्चर पेस्टिसाइड और सेल स्टेट्स में सेल हो रही हैं वो शॉपकीपर को सरकार के सर्वर पे हर दिन दे विल हैव टू लॉग इट डाउन. सो फॉर ऑल द फॉरेन डिग्नेटरीज, सो वी आर सजेस्टिंग दैट ऑल सेल्स ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर इनपुट्स शुड बी लॉग्ड ऑन टू स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सर्वर्स एवरी डे. No information needs to be provided by private companies, no information needs to be provided by the farmer. So we sat with retailers over many meetings, 10-20 sessions we had with retailers over 1.5 years. We designed a software that could be used from a smart cell phone by an 8th class student. That only thing he had to do is he has to tell that I have sold Ajay Jakhar such and such pesticide on such and such day. Because based on that information, we will improve the functioning of the department officers. We will improve extension services. Private sector will gain because spurious seeds will be difficult to sell. You will gain because you will know actual figures of what sales are happening. So I resigned from there. I mean, my term finished nearly, and then we took this idea to the union government. Manoj Ahuja ji se we talked about it. Till he was agriculture secretary, now वो उड़ीसा चले गए हैं. So in January he promised to me कि after elections हो जाएंगे, this act will become an act for the whole country. So I think so they've used Mahindra or someone to design it, right? I don't know. So I personally have many issues. Our farmer organization has many issues with consultancy firms, but I will not take you there today. So this is the other part. We have also suggested in Punjab that in Punjab draft policy जो हमने agriculture की बनाई थी, we wrote that the seed industry must be incentivized to deliver good seeds. So we would want all those incentives to be available. We have also advocated that in extension services, the private sector should have a role to, along with the public sector. It should not be only public sector which is giving extension, even private sector should be giving extension services and being supported. But that does not mean it should not be regulated. There should be no checks and balances. The other thing is that the regulation today is very weak. Weak in the sense not only of checking wrong practices, but even in allowing, it's even unsupportive of innovation and is also not accountable. So I really think not only for the seeds में तो regulation बहुत कम है, pesticides में बहुत ज़्यादा है. I think this whole thing needs to be looked at. Sometimes it takes 10 to 15 years to get clearance of new innovative seeds. And by the time those seeds get clearance, they don't even yield enough as conventional varieties do because they're so old in itself. So that also needs to be looked in. I'll just take a few more minutes. And जो साइंटिस्ट हैं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर है, जो एकेडमिक्स हैं, दे क्लेम दैट इम्प्रूविंग प्रोडक्टिविटी हैज़ टू पोटेंशियल कंपोनेंट्स. वन इज रीचिंग द अचीवेबल यील्ड सीलिंग को अचीव करना है. दूसरा इज क्लोजिंग द यील्ड गैप. बोथ आर ट्रू, बट as a farmer, I think they're not enough. We think there are other factors that need to be factored in about seeds and other inputs. Is the cost of the seeds, the cost of those yields, and closing the yield gap. What does it cost in terms of how do you quantify those costs? Building a food systems and addressing climate change challenges will require new technologies, new innovation. That's why we are saying we need a new seed bill. We need better regulation. But rather than going into details of all those things because we are getting late, the whole idea is that not only farmers want support of the private sector to deliver the latest technologies, farmers also want regulation to ensure that we get the best quality, best produce, and it's not only its access, but its misuse is also not there by retailers who sell farmers products and produce and items which they don't necessarily need in that session. Just as the country's investment in pure mathematics is very limited and it should increase substantially, businesses are investing very little or no investment in basic research. There is money in research, but basic research में कितना जा रहा है, that's a different question. You can say that 10% is going into research, as you said, but how much of that is into basic research? You may invest in universities, but how much of that is into basic pure mathematics? There are different subjects that need to be looked at. And ख़त्म करने से पहले I would want to give, मेरे अभोर में हम हैं जी, वहाँ पे कॉटन होती थी, पंजाब में कॉटन होती थी, पंजाब सरकार ने कॉटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, टू इंक्रीज कॉटन, दे गेव 30% सब्सिडी ऑन बीटी कॉटन सीड्स. I mean, BT is not the word, they gave 30% subsidy on cotton to allow for diversification. But incidentally, पिछले 4 सालों में area under cotton has reduced from 2 lakh hectares to something like 40-50,000 hectares. So when I go back to my village, maybe I used to also do cotton, but I've stopped doing cotton because उसमें कमाई नहीं हो रही है. So when I go back to the village, even farmers, they realize that we do advocacy for farmers here. They say, why aren't we getting better seeds? किसकी गलती है? प्राइवेट सेक्टर की गलती है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की गलती है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की गलती है, आपकी गलती है? दे टेल मी, आप वहाँ क्या बक कर रहे हो, हमें बीज ही नहीं मिल रहा है. तो आई थिंक सबकी गलती है, एंड वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन इट. वी नीड टू गेट बेटर सीड्स. And so these 3 components I've skipped a lot of stuff. There's a lot of other things one could talk about, but I think we'll all get late. Farmers start talking, they don't finish speaking. But in the beginning, they said we are very happy to get a farmer leader on the stage. I want to say there is a big difference between farmer leaders and farmers. Be careful of many farmer leaders and talk about farmers only. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable perspectives. Moving forward, it is my great pleasure to introduce our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Surya Pratap Shahi. We look forward to hearing his vision and thoughts on the future of agriculture in India. Over to you, sir.
सभी को नमस्कार. फेडरेशन ऑफ सीड इंडस्ट्रीज ऑफ इंडिया के इस तत्वाधान में आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम के भीतर भारत के भविष्य की कृषि अमृतकाल का ब्लूप्रिंट, तकनीकी सहयोग और प्रभाव, इस विषय पर आयोजित इस गोष्ठी में उपस्थित श्रीमान अजय राणा जी, अजय वीर झाकर जी, डॉक्टर विजयपाल शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर ए.के. सिंह साहब और हमारे राठी साहब, हम तो बायर्स को करते हैं ना. यहाँ उपस्थित सभागार में सभी महानुभाव, देवियों और सज्जनों, कल हिंदी दिवस है. उसकी पूर्व संध्या पर आप सबको मैं हिंदी दिवस की अपनी ओर से बधाई देता हूं. मैं जब हाई स्कूल का छात्र था तो उस समय देश में राष्ट्रभाषा को लेकर के एक बहुत जबरदस्त आंदोलन चला था. डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया जी ने अपील किया था कि हमें राष्ट्रभाषा के भीतर जाना चाहिए, और उस दौर के विद्यार्थी होने के नाते अंग्रेजी में बोलने में हमें कठिनाई पैदा होती है. इस नाते मैं आप सबसे अनुमति लेते हुए अपनी बात को आगे बढ़ाता हूं. ये संयोग है कि यहाँ के बाद कल राष्ट्रभाषा के ही हिंदी के कार्यक्रम में मुझे जाना है, हिंदी दिवस पर अयोध्या में. आज का ये आपका कार्यक्रम बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और मुझे आप सबको सुनकर के लगा कि आज ये बहुत अच्छा मुझे अवसर मिला इस सेमिनार में आने का. कल मैं अयोध्या के कुमारगंज विश्वविद्यालय के भीतर था और रवि की गोष्ठ के हमारा फसल आने के पहले आईसीआर के द्वारा उसकी एक तैयारी होती है, उसकी एक काउंसिल है. तो व्हीट एंड बार्ली काउंसिल की, जिस संस्थान के डॉक्टर ए.के. सिंह पहले डायरेक्टर थे, उस संस्थान की ओर से पूरे देश भर के साइंटिस्ट का एक कार्यक्रम उसके तैयारी के दृष्टि से रखी गई थी। कुछ चीज़ें कल मैंने उनके सामने रखी थी, वहाँ पर मैं अनकॉल्ड मेहमान की तरह से गया था, इसलिए कि मेरे विश्वविद्यालय के भीतर वो कार्यक्रम आयोजित था। इस नाते मैंने ये सोचा कि मैं साइंटिस्ट के बीच में जाकर के कुछ उनकी बातों को सुनूंगा तो मेरी जानकारी बढ़ जाएगी, नॉलेज मेरा बढ़ेगी। जो कल सुना था और आज ने आपने और भी उसकी चर्चा करके मेरे सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने का काम किया, इसके लिए मैं आप सबका अपनी ओर से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। पौराणिक काल से ये शास्त्रों में व्यवस्था रही है और समय भी कहा जाता रहा है, सुबीजम सुक्षेत्रे जायते संवर्धते, यानी कि अच्छे बीज का चयन और उस तरीकों से उपजाऊ जमीन के भीतर लगाया जाए तभी अच्छी फसल आती है। और ये टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटरवेंशन आज किसान को सहूलियत पैदा करेगा, उसमें आप उस पर विचार करने के लिए आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, इसलिए आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। कल जब मैं उनसे चर्चा कर रहा था, अभी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूषा के प्रयासों से और पिछले महीने 109 नई वैरायटी का उन्होंने वहाँ से डिक्लेरेशन किया। जब मैं उसको देख रहा था तो जो हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश की और देश की एक महत्वपूर्ण क्रॉप है, उसमें गेहूं और जौ का कुल 3 ही ऐसे वैरायटी मुझे दिखाई दी जो नोटिफाई हो सकी है। मैं चूँकि मेरे पास इस समय पेपर नहीं था, इसलिए मैंने डॉक्टर A.K. सिंह से थोड़ा सा मैंने मदद मांगी। दुनिया के भीतर गेहूं के उत्पादन में हमारी एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है और उस भारत के भीतर उत्तर प्रदेश की सबसे बड़ी भूमिका। हम लगभग 33% शेयर हमारा व्हीट के भीतर आज प्रोडक्शन में है। पूरे प्रदेश के भीतर 60 लाख कुंटल से ज़्यादा बीज हमारी पूरे अभियान के भीतर लगती है, जिसमें 35-40 लाख कुंटल हम रबी के सीजन में, 10 लाख कुंटल के करीब खरीफ के सीजन में। और मैं इसी कोशिश में मैं अभी थोड़ी दिन पहले हैदराबाद गया था कि राज्य सरकार ये चाहती है, योगी जी की सरकार, कि हम उत्तर प्रदेश के भीतर एक सीड पार्क बनाएं। और हम जो आप रिसर्च की बात कर रहे हैं उसके लिए हम कॉमन फैसिलिटेशन सेंटर भी आपको बना करके आपके सहयोग से हम खड़ा करें। और इसलिए उस समय मैं नेशनल सीड एसोसिएशन के साथ मिला था और आज मुझे अवसर मिला है कि उस दिन लगभग 25-26 कंपनी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आए थे और जैसा बताया कि फेडरेशन ऑफ सीड इंडस्ट्रीज ऑफ इंडिया के भीतर आज अभी बोल रहे थे हमारे राणा साहब कि 35-36-50 के करीब कंपनियां यहाँ पर भागीदार हैं। मैं ये समझता हूँ कि उत्तर प्रदेश आपके लिए सबसे मुफीद जगह है, जहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा सीड का कंजम्पशन है। भारत के भीतर सबसे ज़्यादा नए सीड का, उन्नतशील बीज का, जो अभी आपने कहा कि क्वालिटेटिव सीड, मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बार बार फोकस 2 चीज़ों के लिए किया है कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाए जाने का और विकसित भारत बनाए जाने का। ये अमृतकाल का जो परिणाम है 2047 में विकसित भारत के रूप में हमें खड़ा करना है। विकसित भारत के रूप में खड़ा करना है तो सबसे पहले हमें एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को विकसित करना होगा और उसको आत्मनिर्भर बनानी होगी। ये ठीक है कि हम खाद्यान्न उत्पादन में आत्मनिर्भर हो चुके हैं, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसी कार्यक्रम के भीतर जिसकी मैं चर्चा कर रहा था उसमें उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे खुशी होगी कि हमारे देश का कोई न कोई एग्रो प्रोडक्ट दुनिया के देश में दिखाई दे। मैं इस स्मरण कराना चाहता हूँ आप सबको, शायद जो मैंने सुना और समझा मैं उसी प्रकार से समझा। और भारत सिर्फ अपना पेट भरने की जगह पर दुनिया का भी पेट भर सके, इसके लिए हमको क्षमता खड़ी करनी है। और ये गोष्ठी उसके दृष्टि से मैं समझता हूं कि सबसे महत्वपूर्ण गोष्ठी है। और इसलिए जो आपने चर्चा किया कि साइंटिफिक तरीकों से रिसर्च को बढ़ा करके हाई यील्ड सीड, हम क्वालिटेटिव सीड कैसे निकालें। और मैं चाहूँगा, बहुत अच्छा प्रयास किया डॉक्टर ए के सिंह ने और इनकी संस्थान ने। जब 2967 आई थी आपके संस्थान से, ज्ञानेंद्र ने निकाला था, मैं आप दोनों को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि किसानों के भीतर बहुत अच्छे तरीके से पॉपुलर हुई। 303 भी आपकी निकाली हुई चल रही है, 370 भी कुछ ड्राई लैंड एरिया के भीतर चलती है, अच्छे परिणाम दिए हैं। लेकिन अभी दुनिया के आगे हम थोड़ा दूर हैं। कल मैंने उसकी चर्चा किया था कि चाइना में जो हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी है, वहाँ चाइना की वो 62 कुंटल की है प्रति हेक्टेयर, और अपने देश की जो प्रोडक्टिविटी है भारत की, वो हमारी 30 कुंटल के करीब है। तो 30 कुंटल से 60 कुंटल पर जाना, यह एक कृषि उद्योग के उद्यमियों का, इस क्षेत्र में लगे हुए साइंटिस्ट का और हमारे किसान भाइयों के बिना, तीनों के सामंजस्य के और टेक्नोलॉजी के इंटरवेंशन के बिना यह संभव नहीं है। लेकिन हमको हर संभव काम को संभव करके दिखाना है। जब कोविड आई तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हमारे लिए चुनौती है, लेकिन यह हमारे लिए अवसर भी है कि हम अपने आत्मनिर्भर बने और स्वदेशी उत्पादन को हम आगे की ओर बढ़ाएं। और इसलिए मैं उन्हीं की इस बात को आगे लेकर के चलना चाहता हूं कि हम सबको मिल करके अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ानी है। मैं क्षमा चाहूंगा अपने झाकर साहब से और राणा साहब से भी कि मैं कल अपने साइंटिस्ट से कहा मैंने, और अपने एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट से 1 महीना से मैं पहले बैठ करके डिस्कस किया कि मेरे को गेहूं के प्रोडक्टिविटी में हरियाणा के बराबर पहुंचनी है, और वहां पहुंचने के लिए हमको कितनी सीढ़ियां चढ़नी होगी, तो हमको प्रति हेक्टेयर 6 कुंटल जाना है। और इसलिए ऐसी वैरायटी का आप एक्सटेंशन करें जिससे कि हम वहां पर पहुंच सकें। अब आपने बताया ही कि 6-7 साल 10 साल लग जाते हैं। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी को, कि दुनिया का सबसे जो स्पीड ब्रीडिंग का प्लांट लगवाया उन्होंने डॉक्टर ए के सिंह के संस्थान के भीतर। शायद जर्मनी के से भी बेहतर हमारा स्पीड ब्रीडिंग का प्लांट हिंदुस्तान में लगा। यह गौरव दिया है नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। और इसलिए अब हमें स्पीड ब्रीडिंग पर काम करनी होगी। हम इतना लंबा इंतजार नहीं कर सकते। 2047 बहुत दूरी तक नहीं है, हम रहें या ना रहें, 2047 आने वाला है, और उसकी बुनियाद भारत रख रहा है, और उस बुनियाद का सबसे मजबूत स्तंभ उत्तर प्रदेश होने वाला है। और इसलिए योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार ने पिछले 7.5 साल में प्रयास किए। हमने हर दृष्टि से यह प्रयास किया है कि हमारे विश्वविद्यालय, हमारे कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र, हमारा कृषि विभाग, उसका परफॉर्मेंस बढ़े, और विभिन्न भारत सरकार की योजनाओं को तो हम चला ही रहे हैं, राज्य के भीतर अपने संसाधनों से जितना इन्वेस्टमेंट उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने प्रयास किया है कृषि क्षेत्र के बदलाव के लिए, उतना किसी ने नहीं किया। हमने पिछले 7 सालों के भीतर अपने सभी विश्वविद्यालयों के ऊपर और कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र को मिलाकर कम से कम 700 करोड़ रुपया खर्चा किया होगा, प्लान तरीके से। नॉन प्लान की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं, कैसे उनकी कैपेसिटी की बिल्डिंग किया जाए। पिछले 7 सालों के भीतर 300 हम लोगों ने 3,700 एक्सटेंशन कर्मचारियों को हम लोगों ने परमानेंट रूप से नियुक्त किया है, और अभी हमने 3,400 का पब्लिक जो हमारी सबऑर्डिनेट कमीशन है उसके पास हमने पद भेजे हैं। ये प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि फील्ड के ऊपर हम एक्सटेंशन को कैसे चलाएं। मैं ज़्यादा आपका समय नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन 3-4 चीज़ों पर बोलना चाहता हूँ मैं आपको। हम लोगों ने पिछले वर्षों के भीतर उत्तर प्रदेश ने, हम जब आए थे तो 32 कुंटल प्रति हेक्टेयर हमारी गेहूं की पैदावार थी। आज पिछले साल जो रिपोर्ट हुई है वो 39.78 हेक्टेयर हुई है। क्यों हो पाया? इसलिए कि हमने समय पर इनपुट दिया है, इरिगेशन फैसिलिटीज हमने बढ़ाई हैं, हमने एमएसपी पर खरीदारी करी है, और खरीदारी हमने डबल नहीं 4 टाइम हम लोगों ने किया है, और किसान को इंतजार नहीं होने दिया है। 1 हफ्ते के भीतर कैसे उसका पेमेंट उसके खाते में हो जाए, बीच से बिचौलियों को खत्म कर दिया है। इस नाते उत्तर प्रदेश का में सारी कोशिशों के बावजूद भी दिल्ली बॉर्डर के नीचे हमारा आपका किसान आंदोलन उतर नहीं पाया। ये इसलिए कि योगी आदित्यनाथ का सरकार का परफॉर्मेंस रहा है। पिछले वर्षों में हम लोगों ने 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए का गन्ना पेमेंट किया है। हमारी जो उस समय जो 1,100 लाख मीट्रिक टन गन्ने का जो पैदावार होती थी, पिछले साल 2,300 लाख मीट्रिक टन हमने पैदा किया है, और जस्ट डबल हमारा गन्ना उत्पादन हुआ है। 18,000 करोड़ रुपए के गन्ना शुगर के पेराई की का जो गन्ना मूल्य हमने 34,000 करोड़ रुपया इस साल भुगतान किया है, 34 करोड़ का किया है, उसमें से 36 करोड़ का किया है, 33 करोड़ रुपया हमने भुगतान कर दिया है। 40 मिलों ने हमारे टाइम शेड्यूल के भीतर भी भुगतान किया, 1 हफ्ते के भीतर पेमेंट। ये उत्तर प्रदेश के सरकार का परफॉर्मेंस है। खेती के क्षेत्र में कैसे हम आगे की ओर बढ़ें, तो यह एक विशेष रूप से प्रयास, उसको इंटीग्रेटेड प्रयास हम लोगों ने किए इसके, और उसी तरीके से हमने डाइवर्सिफिकेशन के लिए भी काम किया है। हमने शुरुआत किया था पल्स से और ऑयल सीड से। जब एक आईसीआर के कार्यक्रम में मैं गया था, और उस समय मैंने सुना कि लगभग 60-70 हजार करोड़ रुपए का इंपोर्ट दलहन दाल का होती है अपने देश के भीतर, और उस समय 1.5 से 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए के करीब जो है वो ऑयल सीड का डोमेस्टिक ऑयल की इंपोर्ट होती है। उसी समय मैं आने के बाद मैंने मुख्यमंत्री से कहा, यद्यपि वो कह रहे थे कि भाई केंद्र सरकार की योजना है, आप क्यों राज्य से लाना चाहते हैं। मैंने कहा कि ये उत्तर प्रदेश के किसानों के आमदनी की दृष्टि से व्यापक परिणाम लाएंगे, और यदि हम 50 करोड़ रुपया लगाएंगे तो हम कम से कम 4,000 करोड़ रुपया लेकर के आएंगे, 5,000 करोड़ रुपया लेकर के आएंगे। और उन्होंने उसके लिए हमें सहमति दिया। पिछले वर्षों में 30 लाख किसानों को हमने ऑयल सीड के और पल्सेज के राज्य योजना से हमने उनको निःशुल्क मिनी किट उपलब्ध करवाए हैं, और उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ है कि जब हम आए थे तो 12.5 लाख मीट्रिक टन ऑयल सीड उत्तर प्रदेश में पैदा होती थी। आज वह सरसों और राई पिछले साल 32.5 लाख मीट्रिक टन हुई है, और 28.5 लाख मीट्रिक टन हुई है। 16 लाख मीट्रिक टन बढ़ा, दूना से भी ज्यादा 115 लाख परसेंटेज इंक्रीज हुआ है। तो ये इंटरवेंशन का ये परिणाम है। और इस साल मैंने अपने डिपार्टमेंट से कहा है कि हाई ब्रीड सीड को भी अलाउ करो, हाई ब्रीड सीड को अलाउ करके देखो कि कितना प्रोडक्टिविटी और ऑयल कंटेंट उसके भीतर बढ़ती है। और उसी तरीके से, और इसीलिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कृषि कर्मण पुरस्कार से बेंगलोर के भीतर आज से 3-4 साल पहले उत्तर प्रदेश को तिलहन उत्पादन में हाईएस्ट तिलहन उत्पादन के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश को जो है उन्होंने कृषि कर्मण पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया था। हमने खाद्यान्न उत्पादन के भीतर 100 लाख मीट्रिक टन बढ़ाए। हम आए थे तो 557 लाख मीट्रिक टन के करीब था, पिछले साल 660 लाख मीट्रिक टन हुई है। कोशिश है हमारी, और ये कोशिश ये तब पूरा हो पाएगी जब आप इसके भीतर हमको सहयोग करेंगे। हमने इस साल भारत सरकार कुछ 11 जनपदों के भीतर हमें मक्के के ऊपर योजना देती थी, हमने 75 जनपद के भीतर लागू किया है, अपने संसाधनों से शुरू किया है। उसके लिए बजट के भीतर हमने प्रावधान किए, सबके लिए बजट के प्रावधान किए हैं। इस साल हम 15 लाख इस सीजन के भीतर और खरीफ मिला के 17 लाख मिनी किट हम फ्री देने जा रहे हैं दलहन और तिलहन के। 4.5 लाख बांट चुके हैं, अभी 11-12 लाख बांटने वाले हैं। तो कोशिश किया है, लेकिन जब मैं ढूंढता हूं, बहुत सारे लोगों को तलाशता हूं कि भाई हमको सीड कैसे मिले, हाई यील्ड सीड कैसे मिले, क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट कैसे मिले। इस साल जो सबसे ज्यादा मार हमने मौसम की झेल रहे हैं, उसके प्रतिकूल परिणाम हो रहे हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश के 16 जिले ऐसे थे जो जुलाई महीने में जो औसत बारिश होती है उससे 160% पर चले गए। अब आप कैसे उसमें आप मूंगफली कैसे लगाओगे, उसके भीतर अरहर कैसे होगी, कैसे उड़द और मूंग होगा, फसल तो हमारी तिल की खराब हो जाएगी। और 40 जिले ऐसे रहे जो 60% से नीचे रहे, और 4 जिला ऐसा रहा जिसके भीतर अगस्त महीने तक 25-26 अगस्त का मुझे याद है जब मैंने उसको रिव्यू किया था, तो 4 जिले ऐसे थे जो 100 मिलीलीटर से भी नीचे बारिश हुई थी। अब इस चुनौती में आपको अब इसके स्वाभाविक रूप से एडवर्स इंपैक्ट आने वाले हैं। अभी एक किसान का जब मैं आ रहा था आपके यहाँ तो फोन आया कि मेरा फसल भारी बारिश के कारण धान की मेरी फसल खराब हो गई। मैं भाई धान का कैसे खराब हो गया, इसके क्या कारण है? तो कहा नहीं बारिश से हो गई। हमने कहा कि भाई पहले तो आप वहां के लोकल हमारी अथॉरिटी को आप कंप्लेंट करो, आपने किसके यहां से बीज लिया, आपने कौन सी दवाइयां छिड़की। एक और किसान मुझको मिला, उसने कहा कि मेरा 4 एकड़ फसल खराब हो गई, इसलिए कि उन्होंने पेस्टिसाइड की जो मात्रा थी उसको ज्यादा बढ़ा करके डाल दिया। 1 मिलीलीटर की जगह पर 10 मिलीलीटर उसके भीतर डाले, उनकी फसल गई नुकसान। तो अब ये किसान को कैसे हम जागरूक करें, इसके लिए भी हम कार्यक्रम चला रहे हैं। लेकिन आपको भी तय करना होगा कि हम किस क्वालिटी का बीज देंगे, उसकी गारंटी देंगे। अब आप बीज देते हैं और फली उसके भीतर नहीं निकल करके आती है तो मेरा गला पकड़ता है, तो उसकी गारंटी कौन देगा? जबरदस्ती कभी कभी मैं जोर लगा करके कहता हूं कि अब आप इसको डैमेज भुगतान करिए इसका। यह जरूरी इस बात का है कि कानून इसके लिए बनना चाहिए। हमारी फर्स्ट सिक्योरिटी है किसान की, उसके हेल्थ की। हमने यदि उसको बैलेंस नहीं बनाया तो कठिनाइयां हमारे सामने खड़ी हैं, और उसी के कारण से आज प्राकृतिक खेती की ओर, नेचुरल फार्मिंग की ओर जाने की बात जोरों से उठी है। तो इसलिए हमको सबके बीच में कोऑर्डिनेशन बनाना। अभी आप कह रहे थे कि दाम बढ़ गए और दाम घट गए, उपभोक्ता को जो जरूरत होगी उसके हिसाब से जब हम काम करेंगे, आज देश को जो जरूरत है, दुनिया को जरूरत है, उस तरीके की क्वालिटेटिव चीज हम प्रोडक्ट करेंगे, स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारी मांग बढ़ेगी। तो इसलिए उस दिशा में चलना हम लोगों ने, देश का उत्तर प्रदेश ने, हम पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि में सबसे अच्छा हमारा परफॉर्मेंस है। अब तक हम लोगों ने लगभग 75,000 करोड़ रुपए हमने शुरू में ही अपने किसानों को का, पहले से जब आए थे तो डिजिटलाइज करने की, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा डिजिटल इंडिया, तो योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार ने डिजिटल पर काम करने शुरू कर दिया। हमने डिजिटल पंजीकरण कराए उनके, यद्यपि आधार कार्ड से लिंक नहीं किया था तो उसके कारण कुछ हमें कठिनाइयाँ आई आगे चल करके, लेकिन नतीजा ये हुआ कि सबसे ज़्यादा लोगों को हम बेनिफिट दे सके। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा था कि 2 करोड़ लोगों को 2019 के भीतर, मार्च महीने के भीतर पहुंच जाए, उसमें से 60 लाख से ज़्यादा किसान उत्तर प्रदेश के आए। आज हमारे पास 2 करोड़ 80 लाख किसानों का डेटा है और उनको पीएम किसान सम्मान का पैसा जा रहा है। बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस है उत्तर प्रदेश का, खाद्यान्न उत्पादन में बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस है उत्तर प्रदेश का। और हम लोगों ने योजनाओं के दृष्टि से भी हम लोगों ने ये प्रयास किया है। कुसुम योजना के भीतर भी हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं, बुंदेलखंड के भीतर भी हमने खेत तालाब से अपनी सिंचाई साधनों को खड़ा करने की कोशिश किया है। 40-40 साल, 50-50 साल पहले इंदिरा गांधी जी के हाथों से रखी गई परियोजना जो अब तक पूर्ण नहीं हो पाई थी, रेणु सागर सिंचाई परियोजना योगी जी के सरकार के प्रयास से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के हाथों उसका अब जाकर के लोकार्पण हुआ। बाण सागर परियोजना का लोकार्पण हुआ। अर्जुन सागर पर काम हम कर रहे हैं। मध्य गंगा नहर जो है वो इंदिरा गांधी जी के ज़माने में चालू हुई थी और पूरी नहीं हुई थी, उसको ले जाकर के पूरा किया। आज से 25 साल पहले सरजू परियोजना चली थी। 20 लाख हेक्टेयर के भीतर सिंचाई सुविधा बढ़ाए जाने का काम योगी जी की सरकार ने किया। अब हम चल रहे हैं एग्री टेक, डिजिटल एग्रीकल्चर की ओर। उत्तर प्रदेश ने डिजिटल एग्रीकल्चर का जब भारत सरकार ने चर्चा किया तो हमने अपने प्रदेश के लिए पायलट प्रोजेक्ट लिया। 21 जिलों के भीतर पिछले साल खरीफ के सीजन में 2023 में 21 जिलों के हमने कहा कि प्लाट टू प्लाट। उसके पहले हम लोगों ने अपनी पूरी जो हमारा मैप था फार्मर्स प्लाट का उसकी डिजिटलाइज कर दिया था, 90% से ऊपर कर दिए थे। रिकॉर्ड लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स को ठीक कर दिया था और हमने उसकी शुरुआत करी। और हर 75 जिले का उत्तर प्रदेश, 10 शेष जिलों के भीतर 10 रेवेन्यू विलेज हमने लिए। 1 करोड़ 8 लाख प्लाटों का हम लोगों ने डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे करवाई और उससे चौंकाने वाले जो हमारे पास डेटा है कि हमारी धान का एरिया 3 लाख में हेक्टेयर करीब बढ़ा दिखाया। तो हमने फिर उसको रबी में सभी 75 जनपदों के भीतर लागू किया। 4 करोड़ 8 लाख प्लाटों का हमारा प्लाट टू प्लाट डिजिटल सर्वे जियो रेफरेंस के साथ किया जा चुका है और अब हम इस खरीफ की ओर भी करा रहे हैं। और इस हमने जो अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले कैबिनेट के भीतर, इसके पहले वाले कैबिनेट में 14,000 करोड़ रुपए का लगभग का कृषि क्षेत्र के भीतर 5 परियोजनाओं का सैंक्शन किया है। उसमें से एक था डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे, दूसरा था किसान रजिस्ट्री। किसान रजिस्ट्री का पायलट प्रोजेक्ट उत्तर प्रदेश ने फर्रुखाबाद जिले में चलाई और 2.5 लाख से ज़्यादा किसानों का हमने फार्मर रजिस्ट्री का काम पूरा कर दिया कि उनका लैंड का रिकॉर्ड भी, आधार कार्ड से सीडिंग भी और साथ साथ में उनको जो है वो उनका जियो मैप, ये तीनों लगा करके उनकी लैंड होल्डिंग कितनी है उसको तय करके और आधे घंटे के भीतर योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने मार्च के पहले 2023 के चुनाव होने, डिक्लेरेशन होने के पहले हम चाहते थे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का कोई कार्यक्रम मिल जाए तो उनके हाथों करा दें। योगी जी नहीं मिल पाई तो योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के हाथों से हम लोगों ने किसान रजिस्ट्री के उस काम को शुरू कर दिया और आज वो पूरे प्रदेश में हम चला रहे हैं। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं प्रधानमंत्री जी को कि उन्होंने अब यह योजना देश भर के लिए लागू कर दी है। ये सभी कार्यक्रमों को एक साथ एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने का, तो ये जो इसीलिए आप यहां पर बैठे हैं कि यदि आपने इसको विदाउट टेक्नोलॉजी इंटरवेंशन हम उतना जंप नहीं लगा सकते और इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश में हमने एक एग्री टेक पॉलिसी भी आज से 4-5 महीना पहले हमने अपने कैबिनेट से क्लियर कराई। अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एग्टेक पर भी जो है उन्होंने उसके भीतर प्रोविजन किया है और हमने अपने बजट के भीतर 21 करोड़ रुपए उसको लिए लाया कि एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से किसान को हम कैसे फैसिलिटी दे सके। जो कंपनियां आकर के रजिस्टर्ड करेंगी, अपना हमसे अपनी एडवाइस देंगी और हमारे साथ काम करना चाहेंगी तो हम उनको डेटा शेयर कैसे करके और उसको आगे की ओर बढ़ा सकते हैं। अभी उसके लिए हमने वर्ल्ड बैंक के साथ और गूगल के साथ एक हमारा कॉन्फ्रेंस अभी हुआ था, पिछले 10 दिन पहले हुआ होगा। उसमें भी 30-40 लोग आए थे जो विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के थे। कोई बीज वाला था, कोई दवाई वाला था, कोई कृषि यंत्र का था, कोई टेक्नोलॉजी का था, कोई प्रोसेसर था। तो इन सब को मिला करके कैसे किसान को एआई के माध्यम से, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से हम उनको वेदर की जानकारी दे सकें, उनको मार्केट की जानकारी दे सकें। इन सब चीज़ों पर हमने बहुत व्यवस्थित तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश में काम शुरू कर दिया है और आगे की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। अब जो चुनौती है 2047 की, उसको पूरा करने के लिए हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी, हमारा केवीके, ये और कैसे एम्पावर्ड और मॉडर्नाइज हो सकेंगे और अपनी परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ा सके किसान के फील्ड पर। हमने ये स्टडी कराई कि किस ब्लॉक के भीतर कौन सी मेन क्रॉप है, 2-3 कौन कौन से क्रॉप हैं, फिर फोकस किया उसके ऊपर कि अब इनको उस जिले की प्रोडक्टिविटी कितनी है और उस लोएस्ट ब्लॉक की प्रोडक्टिविटी कितनी है। इसी तरीके से स्टेट लेवल से कौन सा जिला नीचे की ओर है, नेशनल लेवल से कौन से जिले नीचे हैं जिनको हम नेशनल लेवल पर ले जा सकते हैं। और इसके लिए हमने एक एग्रीज प्रोजेक्ट लाई है, अभी मुख्यमंत्री के सामने हमने उसका प्रेजेंटेशन करा दिया है। वर्ल्ड बैंक के साथ मिलकर के हम काम कर रहे हैं और लगभग 4000 करोड़ रुपए हम इन्वेस्ट करने जा रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के भीतर, जिसमें 2700 करोड़ रुपया वर्ल्ड बैंक लगाएगी, 1300 करोड़ रुपया उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार लगाएगी। और यह इंटीग्रेटेड प्रयास सीड से लेकर के और मार्केटिंग तक, उन जो जिले हमारे बैकवर्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं, बुंदेलखंड के जिले हैं, पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश के जिले हैं, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं, इनको सबको शामिल करते हुए हमने उसके साथ क्लब किया है कि इस योजना के माध्यम से हम कैसे इस मुकाम को पूरा कर सकें कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाया जा सके। तो इसलिए एक छोटा सा तस्वीर आपके सामने रखा है मैंने उत्तर प्रदेश का, जिस पर आज आप चर्चा कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए मैंने कहा कि सबसे मुफीद जगह उत्तर प्रदेश है, इसीलिए मैंने वहाँ पर कहा कि हम एक सीड पार्क तैयार करेंगे। मैं इनवाइट करता हूँ आपको कि आप उत्तर प्रदेश आइए। और दूसरा, हमारे पास लगभग 150 से ज़्यादा हमारे पास एग्रीकल्चर फार्म हैं, उसमें भी हम पीपीपी मोड पर कुछ फार्म देने के लिए विचार कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर आपके एक्सपेरिमेंट्स ये हो सके। क्या टर्म्स कंडीशन होंगे अभी ये हम तय नहीं कर पाए हैं, लेकिन मेरे मन के भीतर ये है कि 5-6 महीने के भीतर हम इसको ज़रूर क्लियर करेंगे और आगे आने वाले दिनों में भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाए जाने के नाते के लिए जो उत्तर प्रदेश अपनी जो बड़े जनसंख्या का प्रदेश होने के नाते और सर्वाधिक उपजाऊ खेती होने के नाते 160 लाख हेक्टेयर में हमारी खेती होती है और उसका जो डायनेसिटी है वो बढ़ करके चली जाती है 250 लाख पर। हमारी लगभग 140 लाख हेक्टेयर के भीतर हम रबी की खेती कर रहे हैं, 120-25 लाख हेक्टेयर के भीतर हम खरीफ की खेती कर रहे हैं, 28-29 लाख एरिया के भीतर हमारा गन्ने की खेती चल रही है। इसी तरीके से सब्जी के उत्पादन में हम सबसे 1 नंबर पर हैं। तो जायद पर हमारा फोकस है कि जायद को हम कैसे आगे की ओर बढ़ाएं, क्योंकि हमारे पास एक फील्ड खाली है कि जायद में हमारी एरिया अभी 10% ही कवर होती है। तो जायद के कौन सी फसलें हो सकती हैं और उस बढ़े हुए टेम्परेचर में किस प्रकार के सीड लाए जाए जा सकते हैं जिससे कि वो क्लाइमेट रिसिलिएंट हो सकें और वो किसान को फ़ायदा दे सके। उस दृष्टि से यदि आप विचार करेंगे और हमें सुझाव देंगे तो आपके सभी सुझावों का हम स्वागत कर सकेंगे। मैं आपसे कुछ ज़्यादा आपका समय ले लिया, लेकिन मैं अपना लोभ संवरण नहीं कर पाया, इसलिए कि जो हमने आपके सामने रखा है, मैं कोई तैयार होकर के भाषण देने आज नहीं आया आपके बीच में, लेकिन जो मैंने किया है और हम जो कर रहे हैं, योगी जी की सरकार कर रही है, भारत सरकार की मदद से कर रही है, उसकी एक छोटी सी तस्वीर हमने आपके सामने रखी है। और आप समझेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश खेती के क्षेत्र को, किसानों के समृद्धि के लिए कितना संकल्पित है। यह इस मेरे कोई जो करता है वही इतनी हिम्मत से बोल सकता है। और मैं अभी दूरदर्शन को अपना रिकॉर्ड करा करके आया हूँ 1 घंटे का, हम क्या कर रहे हैं पूरा देश जाने। व्यापारियों की मीटिंग में गया था मैं, उनको भी जाके बता करके आया हूँ कि कैसे आपका काम आगे बढ़नी चाहिए। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि जो आपने कहा है, भारत सरकार से भी हम लोग बात करें। मैं खुद चाहता हूँ कि सीड एक्ट बने, सेंटर और राज्य को के लिए इसमें ज़रूर डिवाइड किया जाना चाहिए कि किस तरीके से राज्य उसको नियंत्रित करेगा। ज़मीन पर जिम्मेदारियां हमारी हो जाती हैं। हम दंतहीन होकर के यदि रहते हैं तो किसान हमको नोचता है, हम परेशान होते हैं। तो ये आप सब मिलकर के बैठ कर के तय करेंगे कि कैसे क्वालिटेटिव सीड होगी, हाई यील्ड कैसे हम बढ़ाएं। आज हर फसल के भीतर हमें हाई यील्ड बढ़ाए जाने की बहुत बड़ी गुंजाइश है, पल्सेज में भी है, ऑयल सीड के भीतर है, तो इसलिए उसके दृष्टि से और फूड ग्रेन के भीतर भी है। तो उसमें मिल कर के यदि काम करेंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार हर प्रकार से आपको सहयोग करेगी। और जो हम पॉलिसी ला रहे हैं, सीड पार्क की जो पॉलिसी हमारी बन रही है, पीपीपी मोड पर अपने फार्म को देकर के हम सीड पर्पज के लिए देंगे स्पेसिफिक, वो अन्य कॉमर्शियल के लिए नहीं देंगे। लखनऊ के भीतर हमारा पहला सीड पार्क तैयार होगा। 200 एकड़ ज़मीन हमने उसके लिए खाली कर करके रखी हुई है। लैंड एक्विजिशन की हमको ज़रूरत नहीं है, मैंने अपने फार्म से ज़मीन निकाल रखा है। आपका स्वागत है कि आप ये कॉन्फ्रेंस ये लखनऊ में करते हैं, एक दिन 2 दिन करते हैं, और जिन मुद्दों को मैंने आपके बीच में रखी है यदि उसके ऊपर भी आप चर्चा करके उसका समाधान हमारे सामने लाते हैं तो ज़रूर हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे कि आपके सुझाव के अनुरूप। सबकी ये इच्छा है कि हमारा किसान समृद्ध हो, सुखी हो, देश हमारा आत्मनिर्भर हो। प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी यही इच्छा है और सपना है, वह सपना हम साकार करें। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंत्री जी अपने इतने इंस्पायरिंग और मोटिवेटेड वर्ड्स के लिए। Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to a significant part of today's event, the release of 2 key publications that reflect the strides made by Federation of Seed Industry of India and its member companies. The first one is the Compendium of CSR and ESG Initiatives by FSII member companies. And second is the knowledge paper titled Propelling India's Seed Sector to New Heights in Amritkaal, the Pivotal Role for Foreign Direct Investments. We request the esteemed guests on the stage to proceed with the release, please. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is the highlight of today's event, and thank you so much. Thank you. Moving ahead to another important highlight of today's event, it's time to acknowledge a lifetime of contributions made to the agricultural research, particularly in the seed sector. We are honored to have with us Dr. A.K. Singh, former director of ICAR IARI. I would now like to request our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Surya Pratap Shahi, to kindly felicitate Dr. A.K. Singh for his immense contributions. I kindly request Dr. Singh to join us on this stage. I would also request our chairman, Mr. Rana, to highlight Dr. Singh's remarkable contributions for Indian agriculture. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. We now have the honor of felicitating a distinguished leader who has recently assumed the prestigious position of President at the International Seed Federation, Dr. Santosh Attawar. He is also the Chairman and Managing Director of Indo-American Hybrid Seeds India and has made remarkable progress and significant contributions to the seed industry. A huge round of applause, please.
जी हाँ. So, Honorable साई साहब, इनफैक्ट सर मैं संक्षिप्त में इंग्लिश में लोगों को बता देता हूँ आपका जो हाईलाइट था. द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर हैज़ एनर्जाइज द हाउस. इनफैक्ट देयर इज अ सेइंग, हिंदी में बोलते हैं साहब कि अगर राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति, पॉलिटिकल विल हो तो सब कुछ हो जाता है. और उत्तर प्रदेश, यूपी इज एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ पॉलिटिकल विल. इनफैक्ट लाइक यूपी हैज चेंज्ड इन लास्ट 7 years. And UP, which used to be infamous for law and order, infrastructure issues, lot of issues. In fact, like UP is a great example of a new India. And the Honorable Minister has talked in detail about the programs of UP government. In fact, like he highlighted digital agriculture, how in all the 75 districts of UP, the state government is working on digital agriculture. They are investing also on AI, and the minister has invited seed industry to come to Lucknow. In fact, like the UP state is developing a seed park, and already 200-acre land is identified in Lucknow, and he is welcoming the seed industry to come to UP and invest in UP. One important point Honorable Minister has mentioned, and सर ये हम भी बहुत बात करते हैं इस बारे में कि जो हमारी उत्पादकता कम है. आपने गेहूं की बात की, मैं थोड़ी धान की भी बात करता हूँ. धान में भी सर चाइना 70 क्विंटल पर हेक्टेयर पे है और हमारा औसत 40 है. हमारे कुछ ऐसे हाइब्रिड हम लोगों ने डेवलप कर लिए जो हम लोगों को भी वहीं पे उसी लेवल पे ले जाएंगे सर. मक्का में हमने करके दिखाया है सर. मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर ने मक्का में हम लोगों की प्रोडक्टिविटी जो बहुत कम होती थी, एक मक्का में क्रांति हुई है सर पिछले 10-15 सालों में, और उसका सबसे बड़ा जो योगदान हुआ है वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर की तरफ से हुआ है. ऐसे ही हम अभी उत्तर प्रदेश को एक मॉडल स्टेट समझ के हम धान पे काम करेंगे सर उत्तर प्रदेश में आपके साथ मिलके. एंड विल कम टू लखनऊ, आई विल ब्रिंग माय कोलीग्स टू लखनऊ, एंड वी कमिट to Indian agriculture. We commit to, in fact, like if we talk about Indian agriculture, UP is one of the largest state. He highlighted the large acreage of all the major crops. So thank you once again, sir. आपने समय निकाला और you energized all of us. Honorable Minister has to leave. Now we will proceed with the program. So in the meantime, we missed on reading about Dr. A.K. Singh. He doesn't need any introduction. He's not only, in fact, like a leading plant breeder, but he's also a visionary leader. I can only say, like, under his leadership, IRI has touched new heights. And Dr. A.K. Singh, you will be remembered for changing rice in the country and for direct seeded rice. So this will be a revolution. So we wish you all the best for the new chapter of your career. Dr. Santosh Attawar, our colleague from Indo-American, he is the first Indian, in fact rather maybe first Asian, to become the chairman of International Seed Federation. Congratulations, Dr. Santosh. Indo-American, in fact, सब ये बैंगलोर बेस्ड कंपनी है मंत्री जी, और भारत की सबसे मतलब जो पहली हाइब्रिड वेजिटेबल्स में जिन लोगों ने काम करना शुरू किया था उनमें से इंडो अमेरिकन इज वन ऑफ दोज कंपनीज. संतोष फादर डॉक्टर मनमोहन अटावर, he started the company, and they have played very important role in the productivity of vegetable crops, and he is a distinguished leader of seed industry not only in India but globally, and many congratulations Dr. Santosh, and we look forward to work with ISF under your leadership and taking Indian seed industry to new heights. Thank you. Thank you, Mantri ji. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. So we'll continue with the program. Rajveer will go and see of Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. And now we are privileged to hear from our special guest, a visionary leader in shaping India's agricultural policies. It's my honor to welcome Professor Vijay Paul Sharma, Chairman of Commission of Agricultural Costs and Prices, CACP, Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it's a great honor and privilege to be here amongst industry leaders. I'm not a man of seed, but I have spent quite a bit of my professional career looking at agriculture from different perspectives and traveled a long distance, being a part of academics and then part of government. But you know that there has been a paradigm shift in agriculture policy during last 7-8 years in our country. And the major shift which has taken place is we have moved away from production-centric approach to more focus on farmers' welfare and income. So today, whatever we talk about really farmers' income and farmers' welfare. And I think that's a very, very positive development in terms of policy focus, both at the federal level and at the state level. We have done extremely well in case of agriculture during last 10-15 years and more particularly in the last decade. So in 2023 you would find we had record production of almost all agriculture commodities, starting with rice, go to pulses, oil seeds, you talk about horticulture, livestock sector. But last year we had a little bit kind of a fall in our production, primarily because of adverse weather conditions. But that also brings us to a point that our agriculture has become much more climate resilient. If we had the same adverse climatic conditions maybe 10 years back or 15 years back, I think our agriculture sector would have taken a great hit. But if you look at 23-24, you would find marginal drop in whether it's in food production or it's in pulses or oil seeds or any other crop. So I think our agriculture has become more climate resilient, and primarily because of major technological interventions and the better knowledge of our farmers. We did have record production and record exports also. In 22-23 we had in fact our exports were at the highest level, 4.4 lakh crore rupees, and if I look at last 5 years, 16-17 to 22-23, our agriculture exports almost doubled. So I think agriculture sector is one of the few sectors which has gained a lot in terms of trade liberalization. So our agriculture exports have really increased very dramatically. But again, 23-24, because of certain geopolitical developments and some internal issues, there was a marginal decline in our agriculture exports. But one of the things which you would find is that Indian economy and particularly Indian agriculture is also transforming. So the transformation is happening at two levels. One is at the macro level, and second is at the sectoral level. So if you look at the macro perspective, people think that agriculture is its contribution is 15 to 16%, and so that means its relative importance has come down. But I think we must keep in mind the broader perspective and the societal perspective of agriculture. So it's 14 to 15% of your national GDP, but still half of your workforce is engaged in agriculture. A large number of people are dependent on agriculture. So if this 15-16% GDP does well, I think it takes care of the larger section of the society. So we must keep in mind, but today economists talk about these numbers. So we must keep that, as I said, the societal perspective in mind when we look at agriculture. So it's extremely important. Second is, there's also a transformation. There's also some kind of a shift happening within agriculture. So some of this shift is due to demand-driven factors, and some of this shift is supply-driven shift. So if I look at the composition or let's say the basket of agriculture output, you would find in the last 15-20 years it has accelerated much more. So today the high value agriculture consisting of your fruits and vegetable, horticulture sector, livestock, fish, condiment and spices, they contribute almost 60% of total value of output from agriculture, which used to be around 45 to 50% almost 10 years back. So that is one, major kind of a change which is happening. And why it's happening, why this kind of a shift is happening. So, there are mega drivers or mega trends which are driving this change both at the sectoral level and at the aggregate level. And one of the, the major driver is our demographic features, and second is the rising income. So today you would find we have one of the largest, young population. We have increasing participation of women in workforce. So that has impact in terms of what we consume and where we consume. So our consumption is also moving towards, high value agriculture. So you must have read about this latest household consumer expenditure survey. And you would be surprised to see that even in rural areas, if I look at total food expenditure, the food expenditure on cereals is or food grains is less than 15%, even in rural areas, and urban areas it's 12 to 13%. So that's a kind of a dramatic shift in the last 20 years from 35% to about 14, 15% or less than 15%. So what is happening that our demand is shifting towards more fruits and vegetables. And more importantly, in case of livestock products, one is the milk and dairy products, and there's fisheries, meat, egg, and poultry. So that's the kind of demand-driven phenomena. So when there is a more demand for fruits and vegetables, you would find farmers are responding to those market signals. But the problem is that farmers do face a lot of problems on the technology, on institutions, or on infrastructure side of it. So those are the kind of bottlenecks which we need to really address. Second is, as I said, the trade has also given a lot of opportunities to our farmers because of increased exports of today. If you look at the basket of export from our side, it has become much more diversified. So second is the trade-driven opportunities, and third is I think we need to look at agriculture not as a subsistence or source of income, but I think it has to be more industrial, more commercial. And one of the sectors which has become more commercial is the sugarcane sector. You would find almost 10 years back there used to be a lot of a problem in terms of cane price areas because we were solely dependent on sugar. So we produce sugarcane, and from sugarcane we produce sugar. So if there is a surplus production, the prices would depress. But government took a very bold decision in the sense that we are always looking at agriculture more from the food security concerns. So if you talk about industrial usage of certain agriculture products, I think there's a lot of resistance from both within the government and even outside. But government took that bold decision and decided to allow conversion of sugarcane juice and sugar for ethanol. And you would find today our sugar industry has become one of the most vibrant industry in the globe. And in terms of ethanol production, which used to be about 35 to 40 crore liters, last year it was more than 500 crore liters. So you can see the kind of a change in that. So I think similarly, when we are talking about corn is a great candidate for industrial usage, not only in terms of feed and starch, because that segment is limited, but I think ethanol would open up opportunities for corn production. So the point is that we need to look at the agriculture more in terms of more commercial and market oriented rather than looking at subsistence. Another driver is technological change, and if I look at last, let's say 20-25 years, two segments which are typically are important is one is the introduction of new technology in cotton, and we could see that 2002 onwards our productivity increased, our production increased, but again last at least 10 years we are again struggling. So that means that was a technology-driven phenomena. And second is the corn sector, where again, if you look at 90s or 80s, I think our production and productivity were stagnating. But again, in the last 15, 20 years, that segment has also grown. And that's typically a role of technology. And I think now we are talking about technology. I think we'll have to look at newer technologies, whether we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about blockchain, we talk about drones. So I think these are the new technological interventions which would play extremely important role and increasingly important role in Indian agriculture. But we are also facing a variety of challenges. And as I said, it's a little important sector from the socio-economic perspective. So there's always a kind of a discussion in terms of consumer versus producer, and I think we also keep in mind that consumer is also a producer and producer is also a consumer. So you would find large number of small and marginal farmers, they are net buyers from the market because they don't produce enough to consume. So when we are talking about consumer, I'm not talking about consumers like you and me, but I'm talking about poor consumers. So when we look at the policy, I think we need to look at the interest of both producers and consumers. But I think the biggest challenge is going to be where we are talking about feeding almost 10 billion people by 2050. So that means we need to produce almost 70 to 80% more food. And given the constraint that we talk about land, you talk about water, you talk about any production resources that are becoming scarce and scarce. So how do we really deal with that situation where we need to produce more? Another is climate change and climate change induced weather shocks, whether these are unseasonal rains, there is a drought, there is a heat stress, and I think these events are becoming much more frequent, and in the last 5-6 years we have seen it last year, we are seeing this year. So I think this climate change is going to be the major challenge for our agriculture research and development system. So how do we deal with that? That's going to be another challenge. Another is, our farms are very small and fragmented. So I'm talking about, let's say if we talk about average farm size, we are saying it's 1.15 or close to 1.2 hectares. But I think it's important to see that we are talking about, 2/3 of our farmers which are marginal. And their farm size is less than 1 acre. And that 1 acre is also scattered at least 3 to 4 places. So we are talking about typically effective farm size of 0.25 or maybe 0.2 acres. And that is not viable farm size to make investment, whether for land development or irrigation or any other infrastructure development. And land being a state subject, it's again a difficult area to get into, but I think states will have to look at this land in a greater details at how do we take care of this small and fragmented farm. Another is the Honorable Minister also did mention about it in terms of low productivity and high yield gaps. In fact, Mr. Jakhar made mention about it. So we have two sets of problems. I think when I look at Punjab and Haryana, the real problem is that their productivity levels are saturating for the last 8 to 10 years, whether you talk about rice or you talk about wheat. And what is happening, because they have reached the genetic potential of that particular variety, and farmers, in order to get higher yield, they are putting more resources, be it fertilizer or any other production resources. So the cost is increasing and their productivity is not increasing. So their net returns are almost stagnant, or they are reducing. So we need a major technological breakthrough in case of Punjab, Haryana, and certain parts of let's say the UP. But I think there is the second set of states where I'm not comparing it with China, or I'm not comparing it with the US. I'm talking about the potential yields of, let's say, rice, wheat, or pulses, or oil seeds. So the potential yields of most of the crops are almost, 2 to 2.5 times higher than what we achieve today. So I think the real challenge is to narrow that, or to bridge that gap between potential yield and actual yield. And I think that has nothing to do with the technology, because that's more in terms of our poor extension services, maybe non-availability of quality seed and other inputs. So I think if we gear up, if we really re-energize our extension system, probably we would be able to reduce that yield gap. So we need a dual kind of a strategy in terms of looking at the situation like Punjab and Haryana, and then other areas. This diet diversification has also led to a kind of a dual problem. So you would find in certain cases, you would find there is a overnutrition. So we have all types of lifestyle diseases. You talk about obesity, you talk about diabetic, you talk about blood pressure, and I think they're all in our country, and irrespective of rural, urban, irrespective of age group, you would find even maybe in 20s or even early 20s, people are suffering from diabetes. They are suffering from all kinds of lifestyle diseases, and it's primarily because of our, the food habits. But we do have a second set of problem where there is a problem of undernutrition. So we have malnutrition. You have a whole lot of problems when you look at women or look at children. You have a stunted growth. You have a whole lot of problems. So how do we deal with these two problems of overnutrition on one hand and undernutrition on the other hand? So I think that's again going to be a real challenge for us. So we have, almost achieved self-sufficiency, or we are surplus in most of agriculture commodities, but I think two sectors require special attention. One is the edible oils, because still we are dependent on imports to the extent of almost 55 to 60%, and I think too much reliance on imports is neither desirable nor feasible. So I think we need much more industry participation in getting better varieties or better technologies in case of oil seeds. Pulses, we have done, I think, great job. When we look at last, 7-8 years, so our production was stagnating at about 16, 17, or at the most 18 million tons. And last year, we produced more than 27 million tons. So there's a net addition of almost 8 to 9 million tons. In fact, there's a slight reduction in our pulses production in the last 2 years, but not much kind of a reduction. So our import dependency has reduced, but again, in the last 2 years, it has gone up. So import dependency has increased primarily not because of fall in production, but I think our consumption has gone up. So that means there's a huge potential if we make it affordable. I think there's a huge demand for pulses. So we need to work on better varieties and better technologies for pulses. So edible oil seeds and pulses, these are the two segments which require special attention. And as I said, the fruits and vegetable segment is growing much faster, so that's a great opportunity for the seeds sector. Another issue is our investment in agriculture. Mr. Jakhar mentioned about it, and he gave very practical kind of experience of a state which appears to be the most developed state in terms of agriculture. So there are two sets of problems. One is when we're talking about agriculture research and development investment. So Dr. Singh is here, and you know that for the last, I think, 20 years, everybody is talking about, increasing our investment in agriculture research and development, but in real terms, I think, in fact, it has reduced over a period of time. Second is, if I look at agriculture sector in terms of its total investment, so large part of this investment comes from 80 to 85% comes from the farmers and the households, and around 15% comes from public sector, that's the government. And the corporate sector investment, that's a pure private sector investment, is less than 2%. And I think no sector can grow if the private sector investment is 2%, 3%. So there might be certain hurdles, there might be some policy constraints where the private sector is not getting into agriculture sector in a big way. So I think we need to look at our policies, maybe we need to look at incentive structure so that we create an enabling policy environment to attract more private sector investment, take it from 2% to 5% or 10% in the near future. And when private sector investment goes up, I think it creates much more opportunities, more on the market side of it. So I think in order to address these challenges, we need to work on 4 pillars which are important for agriculture development. One is the technology, and as I said, technology, because of this climate change and climate change induced weather shocks, so we need more research where we are able to develop varieties which are climate resilient, which are more resistant to pests and diseases. So I think focus has to be on the seed sector, and if we take care of seed sector, probably I think half of our problem is solved. Similarly, mechanization is going to, because human labor is becoming expensive, it's not available. So we've been talking about mechanization, but we look at tractorization as a mechanization. Tractorization is the one part of mechanization, but we need to look at from land preparation to the end part of our value chain. So small farm size is again an issue. So we need certain kind of institutional innovation. So the second pillar which we need to strengthen is strengthening our institution. One is the extension system. Second is, as I said, there for mechanization, maybe custom hiring service centers or some farmer groups or certain kind of institutions need to be created, those who can take care of these economies of scale in some of these technologies. So we need better institutions, stronger institutions. Third is the infrastructure part of it, and I think we need to make a clear distinction in terms of infrastructure development. One is the basic infrastructure, and the second is the market side infrastructure. And I think we need a clarity that government should focus on public investment in the basic infrastructure, whether it's road, it's irrigation, or it's connectivity. So I think that's the part of the government job, but the rest of it, I think when we talk about post-harvest management, we talk about market development, we talk about cold chain, we talk about warehousing. So the market side of this infrastructure should primarily come from the private sector. And again, as I said, that we need to create enabling policy environment where we are able to attract more private sector investment. And the last one is the incentive part. The farmer would produce only that crop which is more profitable to him. So we have been talking about pulses, we are talking about oil seeds. But if you look at the relative profitability of pulses and oil seeds with the rice, wheat, or sugarcane, or any other commercial crop, you would find their profitability is less than half or even 1/4 of the profitability of other competing crops. So we need to ensure better and remunerative prices and stable prices to the farmers, and also need to look at the trade policy which takes care of the interest of both the producers and the consumers. So I think if we work on these 4 pillars of technology, institution, infrastructure, and right kind of incentive to the farmers, probably we would be able to address some of these complex issues related to agriculture. But again, as I said, the seed is going to be the major driver for our growth in agriculture sector. So I would like to stop it here, and I would like to thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I have to make a special announcement here due to the paucity of time. We missed felicitating the person who has probably been the strongest motivating and driving force behind all the contributions Dr. A.K. Singh has made in Indian agriculture. So please allow me in requesting Mrs. Singh to kindly grace her presence on the stage, and our director, Ms. Anuja Kadian, to kindly felicitate her with a token of appreciation, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally conclude the inaugural session, I would now like to invite Ms. Anuja Kadian, Director of the Federation of Seed Industry of India and Government and Industry Affairs Director, Asia Pacific, Corteva AgriScience, for the vote of thanks and concluding remarks, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Surbi. I feel one important step to achieve the vision of Amritkaal is to encourage investment in new innovations and inspire farmers to adopt good agriculture practices and products. There's a saying at Corteva, when farmers succeed, everyone wins. I strongly feel that this should be the fundamental pillar for Viksit Bharat strategy too. Today, I think the experts on the dais and off the dais who are leading the way and shaping solutions for challenges of future agriculture. The vision shared by all of us matters most in implementation of strong and impactful strategy for Amritkaal and solidifying India's position as global leader in ag innovation. I also take this opportunity to thank the FSII Secretariat, members, chairs of the respective working groups, and advisors for articulating views and concerns of seed industry round the year and putting an advocacy agenda for action. Thanks to the FSII team for regular release of the updates on policy matters and other activities through Sandesh. This year, Kharif sowing has crossed 1092 lakh hectares. This calls for a special thanks to our farmers, who are backbone of our country and work quietly and selflessly, putting food on the tables for the millions and millions of families. Union Cabinet Committee has recently approved a digital agriculture mission. Honorable Minister also spoke about it. I would say policymakers have really captured the pulse of the agri-economy here and deserve a special compliment. Creating the digital identities for 11 crore farmers over 3 years is going to be a Herculean task. This really puts a motion on an action plan for the Amritkaal. In the end, I would like to thank the delegates, media and industry representatives who have been patiently hearing the session and have spared time to attend it today. At last, but not the least, future of agriculture is going to face profound transformation in coming decades, especially in the context of climate change challenges. In such scenario, everyone present here have a pivotal role to play in propelling Indian agriculture towards a Viksit Bharat vision. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we break for a short tea break, it will be a 15 minutes tea break. I would request you to kindly collect the cottonseed acid delinting technology and cottonseed processing line by the Turkish embassy. It's a booklet that's available at the registration desk. You may like to take a read. Thank you so much. We'll break for a short tea break for 15 minutes. We shall be back in 15 minutes from now. Thank you. You to please settle down. We shall start with our first panel discussion for the day in the next couple of minutes, requesting you to please settle down. Presence on the dais, requesting you to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for our first panel discussion on a very critical topic, innovation deployment by 2030 for driving growth in Indian agriculture. This session will focus on collaborative research, achieving self-reliance in key crops, and the enforcement for IPR for encouraging investments. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Paresh Verma, Executive Director and Chief Executive of Bioseed SE Asia and Research Director of BRI. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So in the panel, we have Dr. D.K. Yadava, ADG Seeds ICAR Government of India. And we have Dr. A.K. Singh, former Director ICAR IARI. Joining online, we have Dr. Xiangyi Tan, Executive Director CropLife Asia, Singapore. A huge round of applause. Over to you, Dr. Verma.
And a very good evening. Sorry for rushing you. I hope some of you had enough time to have your cup of tea, and others probably brought you tea with you. We had a very interesting and I should say a very inspiring session earlier today, just before our tea break. Some things I think were mentioned by a lot of speakers. For example, we heard about the vision that our Prime Minister has of Viksit Bharat by 2047. We also heard about, our country being self-sufficient in terms of production of food grains, etc. But I think we cannot achieve our goal of Viksit Bharat given that more than half of our population is dependent on agriculture for their livelihoods. We cannot really achieve that goal or vision until we have rural prosperity and until we ensure that the farmers' incomes go up. And for that, I think we need a mindset, a mindset shift in which we think about productivity instead of just production. I think if you look at a lot of the announcements that come from the government, we tend to measure our success in agriculture in terms of how much production has gone up. I think we need to really focus on productivity. And we need to increase productivity when we know that some of the key resources are depleting. For example, water depletion is something which is happening at an alarming level. Soil health is going down. And in addition to that, we have increasing challenges from the impact of climate change, the severity, the extreme weather, for example, is now happening more frequently. The severity is increasing. It's more erratic in nature. We have long spells of drought. We have long spells of rain. We have high temperatures when we don't expect them. We have very cold temperatures when we don't expect them. And all that is actually taking a big toll on productivity. And at the same time, if we look at rice, which is probably one of the most important crops in India, we know, and Dr. A.K. Singh will probably agree, that rice is one of the crops which is most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Similarly, when we look at the demand-supply situation in some of the other crops like corn and cotton, we know that the textile industry is worried about availability or sustained availability of raw material per se for them, which is needed. Similarly, with increased focus on biofuels and bioethanol, I think the pressure on corn is very high now to be able to meet not just the feed requirements, but also the fuel requirements. And that is where I think the challenge for us is to see how new technologies can be used, can be deployed to increase productivity in India, because I think that alone really will take us to increase profitability at the farm gate and increase rural prosperity. So with that context in mind, and I think there is a lot of potential in new technologies, and we, seed industry, which is present here in this room, I think has to play a pivotal role, because all the genetic technologies can be delivered only through the seed. So with that context, Dr. Singh, I would come first to you and ask you, how can we accelerate the introduction of new technologies? How can we accelerate the development of new technologies? We heard, and it's not just about new technologies in terms of GM or non-GM traits, it's also about accelerated introduction of improved varieties, accelerated introduction of new hybrids, right? We heard, I think, from our chairman earlier today that it takes 6-7 years for the companies to develop or the researchers, even in the public sector system, and another 2-3 years for it to really go through the state level registration process, and before, so it takes almost 6-7 to 10 years sometimes before it actually reaches the farmer. How can we accelerate that? Similarly, we know of a situation in India where some of the new technologies have been there, for almost 7-8 years. They have completed the regulatory trials, but they still have not been approved for commercial cultivation, and therefore they are not available to the farmers. So how can we accelerate the process? What are the policy interventions that you think are needed to make sure that the farmers get the benefit of these new technologies in the shortest period of time?
Thank you, Dr. Pares, for raising very relevant questions, and I will be very specific to those questions. One most important component, which is the key theme of this discussion, is the acceleration cannot happen unless and until we have a very strong partnership between public and private sector. Now, to enable that environment for a stronger partnership, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, my colleague Dr. D.K. Yadav is here, has created a set of guidelines which will be in place very soon, where we talk about sharing of germplasm, varieties, genome-edited events, and all kinds of innovations that happen in agriculture, including contract research, collaborative research, consortia research platform, and then partnership with the private sector in education also to create human resources who are industry ready, because this is one of the most important responsibility of the public sector institutions, the educational institution. And that's where the partnership with the private sector is extremely important to have, the faculty and the university role from the industry, have them as guide, co-guide. And also when we start a research program in collaborative mode or contract research project, we start it together from day one, rather than once the product is finished, then we look for partner for commercialization. So this is extremely important. As far as the points that you have raised regarding, how to enable the environment for taking the frontier sciences, particularly the transgenics and genome-edited crops for commercialization. So this is one of the most important area, and as far as transgenics are concerned, we are still in the court of law, so it would not be wise to make any comment on that, but we are trying everything possible to make sure that we get over this, and soon we will have the law in position to deregulate the transgenic crops for commercial application. As far as genome-edited crops are concerned, we already have a law where SDN1 and SDN2 developed product, they are deregulated as non-transgenics. And this is where I think it is very important for the industry partners to come forward with the product wherever it is available, whether within country or outside country, which can be taken for testing and commercialization. One of the constraints which I see in that when these technologies are to be deployed in the pure line varieties, particularly what in parlance of private sector we call OP varieties, but I would say call it as pure line varieties when it is to be deployed. Our Act, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, enables farmers to use the saved seed for planting next crop. And this becomes one of the most important hurdle for the private investment in R&D on pure line varieties. And these are so key for our two major problems, whether we talk of pure line varieties in rice and wheat, which constitutes almost 95% of total rice and wheat production in the country. It comes from pure line varieties. And in that, hardly there is investment that is happening from the private sector. We talk about oil seeds and security in edible oil. There also mostly it is pure line varieties, limited hybrids are being produced. Soybean is a major crop, grows in 12 million hectare area. We have no investment coming from the private sector, primarily because it's a pure line variety and there is no system to protect the IP interest in terms of revenue generation. And this is where, because the farmers law, the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers Authority, has enabled farmers to use the safe seed for planting this crop. I think that being in place, because that is a law passed by the parliament, but if some mechanism can be developed that whatever produce comes, if a farmer has not purchased seed, if he doesn't have receipt for that, and if he is coming with that a special trait variety for sale in the market, there could be some revenue taken from the grain market, and that is passed on to the companies. So farmer is allowed to save seed, use it for planting next crop, but pay some revenue on the total produce that comes. I think this kind of system is operating, and that's where we need to learn from other countries. This is extremely important, I think. The other important areas for bringing innovation is that we have this provision of off-patent molecules in pesticide industries for commercial production in developing countries, which is happening in big way. Likewise, there could be many valuable genes which are off patent now. They have lived their life in other countries, and if they are to be deployed by the local seed companies here or by the public sector breeding institutions in the country, the off-patented gene should be promoted for utilization in the breeding program. So that's like how we can enable that kind of technology is extremely important, and we need to debate on these issues also. So for the time being, I think I will raise these few issues. One more important point that has been raised since the afternoon was investment in research and development. And this is a collective responsibility of both public and private sector. We have been talking about 1% of the agricultural GDP investment in agriculture and R&D for many years. Last year, our GDP in terms of gross value added product was 267 lakh crores. And of that, 47 lakh crores was contributed by the agricultural and allied sector. If you take 1% of 47 lakh crores, it comes to 47,000 crores of Indian rupees. Now, even if you are investing 1% in R&D of the agricultural GDP, it is 47,000 crores. But our investment is hardly about 10,000 crores from ICR, 10,000 crores from the universities. All put private sector together, not more than 20,000 crores. So it is less than 0.5% agricultural R&D investment that is happening. So I think this is a time, call of the time that we look at it and we try to increase the investment in R&D so that more innovations can be brought in for cutting edge science and technology for solving the problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you have raised very important issues, and I think I'll come back to you on some of those. First, I would like to go to Dr. Yadava. Sir, you have seen the system both from inside and outside. You are very well aware of obviously what is happening in the public sector, but also very aware of what is happening in the private sector in terms of research and development. And you know, here in this room, we have only those companies which have very credible research programs and have strong R&D investments. What can we do, sir, to accelerate the introduction of new varieties that get developed? You know, how can we streamline this process of testing and introduction, given the fact that you know, the research-based seed industry also has a very comprehensive and exhaustive system of testing, and still they are required to go through 2 or 3 years of testing in different states, etc., for them to be able to start you know, taking it to the farmer. So what can we do there to accelerate that? And in terms of new technologies, where do you see are the low-hanging fruits for us? You know, some of the technologies which are very close to development and introduction in India, some of the technologies which are available, which have been available for more than 2 decades and which can be very easily you know, brought in and exploited for increasing productivity in some of the key crops in India.
Thank you, Dr. Paresh, and good evening to all. Regarding the first point, I think we have been discussing, and some of the issues which were raised by our both associations and colleagues from private regarding the licensing system which is happening and the different conditions across the states for licensing of the varieties. So during that process, one of the issue was that sometimes even the released and notified varieties, they are also not being recognized by the states, and they are going again for testing under their conditions. And many times the research hybrids and varieties, they are going to states are taking the different course of action for giving license for those varieties. So I think already the Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture is working on the amendment of the seed control order, and both association representatives, Dr. Rana, as well as from NSCI, the representatives were there. So in that, we have tried to put the question which you have asked, that we have to go for a 3 years trials and all that. So for that, we held a meeting in the council with all our peers as well as the new generation regarding the testing system, which was one of the issue. And even today you have raised this issue. So in that, we just planned that at least the companies which are having the R&D program, and there should be some system of indexing of those variety in those companies, that what is the strength of the company, which I am generally repeating with all of you. So based on that, seeing the robustness of their data, seeing the number of locations in a particular zone you have tested. So we can restrict it to 1 year's testing under the AICRP, or maybe if the data is not okay, we can ask the company to repeat that, or we can put it under the AICRP program. Many times the testing fee and other issues are also being discussed. So that provision we have already made. So we have made the 3 categories. One is that your variety is being released and notified as per the Seed Act 1965, where almost 14% of the varieties today being released. During last 5 years, we have released 2,593 varieties and hybrids, out of which almost 14% is coming from the private sector. So that for licensing, I think that will be one qualifying criteria where you will not need any further documentation or testing. Number 2 is the varieties which have been registered with the PPFRA. So that provision also we have tried to make. And third one is the category which I am telling, that the companies which have the well-established R&D program, where definitely we will have to categorize the companies, and based on the strength of the manpower, strength of infrastructure, testing facility. So that exemption of 2 years based on your own data, where a committee under the chairmanship of the DDG concerned, crop science or horticulture, they can evaluate that particular data, and based on that, at least 1 year's testing, that can come to the AICRP, and then it will be as good as you are being tested under the AICRP and being notified as per the Seed Act. So that one provision we are trying to make to just reduce that gap which you are claiming that yes, we have the robust data and all other things. The second one regarding the low-hanging fruits, so in that case, definitely some of the technologies like the BT cotton which you have been working there, and the HT is one issue, now pink bollworm is also one issue where we are in the great demand. The farmers are, I think, searching for that. For that already the GSC is working on that, and Dr. A.K. Singh sir or myself both are the members of that expert committee. I also happen to be a member of GSC. So whatsoever the proposals are coming, I think we are trying to accommodate maximum number. And as far as the HT component is concerned, the one is the subsidies matter in case of mustard. But in this case, again, we have to actually comply with all the guidelines or the data which is required. So for that already some work is going on, and I hope that the company will be providing that data. So we will be doing on that. The other issue is regarding the licensing, your testing locations, NOC issue. I think ministry and government, they are thinking about that seriously. And the notified field trials is one option for that, not only for this, where we are already working, the other crops where companies and the public sector, both of us, we are working. So in that already we have proposed 44 sites across the country, and we have got the consent from 39 of the institutes, including the public, our ICR Institute and the various SAUs. And once that we are now going to write the letters to the individual states, where we want the exemption for 5 years for those notified sites, and we hope that this will be expedited within the next 6 months. So whatsoever you are talking, that whatsoever technologies are available, particularly the transgenic technology. So one of the big issues is regarding the testing sites and the taking NOC, where companies have to wander from one state to other, and many times the season is also, you got the approval from GAC, even then the companies are not able to conduct the trials, biosafety research level trials. So that provision I think we are trying to make, and definitely in the times to come will be overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And if I can have a follow-up question on that. You of course mentioned what is in the process, what is work in progress. Do you think that increased harmonization between different ministries when it comes to especially GM technologies, and here I mean not just the increased harmonization between Ministry of Agriculture, for example, from our perspective, Ministry of Environment and Forest, which is the nodal ministry for GEAC, and the consumer industry, whether it is textile or whether it is feed industry, etc. do you think there is a possibility, or is there any thinking in the government to increase the harmonization between these three ministries? And will that help accelerate the introduction of new technologies in India?
Definitely, that will accelerate the introduction of these technologies, and I think to a larger extent, the ministries which you have just mentioned, the GAC, the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as the textiles. So I think they all are working very closely, and Honorable Minister of Textiles, Sri Girirajji, he is more concerned than us about this HT component, and I have visited to him 3 times, and a long meeting calling all the concerned stakeholders, the public sector like Cotton Corporation of India, our directorate, CICR director, and the other from GAC. So everybody, he is trying his best, and talking to the secretary GAC also, to the minister environment and forest also, and climate change. So I think that already all are working closely, and animal husbandry also, wheresoever the need will be there, although still now there is no. But these 3 ministries, definitely they are interacting for holding of the GAC, or about the what is happening with the HT and other things. So we are very closely working, and definitely that is also helping us to take these things further on a faster mode.
Thank you, sir. That's very encouraging to hear. And I must say that I think we have seen a lot of improvement in the regulatory process over the last, maybe I would say 3 years or so, especially in terms of the process moving, the GAC meetings being conducted more regularly, and so on. But related to that, I would like to go to Mr. Styang Hee, who is joining us online, and understand from him what are the opportunities that we have in terms of learning from the experiences internationally, and what can we implement from those learnings to further streamline the regulatory process in India. If you can share some light on that, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you again for your kind invitation. My apology for not able to join you in person. Of course, missing all the great food in India, especially the masala chai. But having said that, most importantly is your question about investment that you touch upon. I represent the 6 companies that are in the seed sector and biotechnology: Bayer, BASF, Corteva, FMC, Sumitomo, Syngenta, and also, if I'm not mistaken, BASF. So collectively, every year we invest $3.8 billion into R&D to bring seeds, including biotechnology, into the hands of farmers. And our pipeline is more than 13 years. Again, it is a very, very long pipeline so that we can continue to put innovation, because breeding takes a lot of time. This is the commitment that we continue to put in the marketplace. And you very correctly said, the farmers of India have already started to enjoy the benefits of BT cotton. And for example, China is implementing BT corn. In the next 5 years, they will be able to increase productivity by exceeding another 25 million metric ton just by adopting biotech corn. So just an example to you how farmers are benefiting in a much more quicker pace, number one. Number two is a lot of basic things that needs to improve from phytosanitary perspective. That is number one, because as India, in sitting in the room, everybody is looking at exporting your seeds into global market. So vice versa, your MPPOs, your pest risk assessment in order to multilateral trade across to develop India's seed economy is also critical. That's something that we at CropLife Asia and together with WTO are working across Asia to establish a e-phytosanitary system so that we can cut down the process to allow Indian commodities into the seeds to be recognized and be able to go out and trade and bring a similar benefit of seed technology to the hands of farmers. So the second piece is to remove the barriers in pest risk assessment, hasten the process to allow certification, vice versa, for other seeds and germplasm to come back in to India for and enhance its breeding population. So you'll have a lot of local local germplasm that will benefit from more crossing and hybrid. And you mentioned OPV. Yes, we also need to differentiate between different crops. Even in Bangladesh, 98% of the seeds for maize comes from private sector. Only 2% comes from national breeding population. That is equally similar for Pakistan also. So corn and more commodity crops comes from private sector, and the other part comes from public sector. Reverse is similar for rice, whereby significant of rice seed comes from, let's say, Bangladesh, 56.8% comes from government or public sector, and then 41.2% comes from informal sector, which you mentioned about farm safe seed, etc. This piece of farm safe seed is very, very dangerous. For example, in Cambodia, there are 42 varieties of farm safe seeds, and all of them are as big as couscous. There's no longer long grain, short grain, because of consistently farm safe seed have given that inbreeding that resulted in lower genetics also. So there is a very thin line in looking at farm safe seed if we continue to not able to regenerate its vigority in the seed germplasm. So breeding continues to be a very, very important investment that we all need to do. There is a thin line, agreed. Farmers, like you said, Your Excellency, just now, one form, one system moving one season ahead, you can use it. But if we continue not to allow that whole revigoration of the genetics and the germplasm, we will not be able to benefit from a good crop. The other piece is on hybrid vigor. Today's client, today's consumer requires standardization of fruit crops, standardization of nutrient content, etc. The supermarkets of the world want harmonization. So with different genetics coming in, different standardization, the farmers will not be able to gain in terms of selling their best product to the marketplace. Going back to Dr. Chairman's comment, is again, whether we have productivity, whether we have disease resistance, we need the speed to help farmer to cope with so many things. What we keep on saying is not only environment, whether it's water, whether it's drought. One season you can water, drought, pest, fall armyworm, and cold. Sometimes in your Kharif season you get different temperature coming in. So the farmers will have to have a range of toolbox for them to cope. It's not single event that, this year is drought, next year I plant drought resistance. No, they are faced by a series of different challenges, plus most importantly, the quality that the market requires. If not, they don't get to sell. I used to grow corn in 5,000 hectares type. I also grow vegetable. When before this job, I grow aeroponic in 2.4 hectares. And every day I use 80,000 liters of water, and it's under a cooling system. The consumer requires homogeneous crop in order for you to supply to Delhi, as an example. So farmers are facing, especially today's larger population of Indian crops requires rain-fed. And again, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned today, the crisis today with water table, etc., is significant. So unless collectively we all together put in the correct investment structure, simplification of regulation, so that we can get more innovative seeds product through plant breeding innovation. For example, in the US, we already have drought resistant corn since 2016. And unfortunately, it's not able to put into, this is plant breeding innovation, is through a single mutation. And also from that, we have ventured in by having a corn that produce different content to allow milling, to allow different use in industry. So plant breeding innovation is very, very strategic and important. The other piece is I want to go in before I pass back to the chairman is India has so much potential. It's not transgenic is one part. There's also the germplasm that needs to be assessed, evaluated for potential. So unless there is significant capability for us to generate a good crop, to have a better PVP protection, there is going to be less interest in expanding into those breeding population. As I said, India has so many crops that, whether it's sugarcane, whether it's wheat, legume, and etc., we should be able to lead in terms of yield and help farmers cope with environmental stress, etc. So this is what a few things I want to share, and looking from the regional perspective, there's so much potential that other countries have quantum leap in different breeding population to help farmer cope. And then India is in the correct because you have very strong seed industry, is how we collectively build regulatory environment to encourage reinvestment. I know India has put in different, seed subsidies program and also helping small farmers to do R&D but we need to collectively form a larger formal network so that all the people sitting in this room from FSII can enjoy a much more prosperous seed industry so that we can continue to bring better seeds into the hands of farmers at a much more quicker pace, because environment impact on farmers does not stop or wait for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sianghi. You made very important comments. I think I'll just take one clue there. You said GM technology is just one component, and I think I totally agree with you, and I think therefore, Dr. Singh, I come back to you. You mentioned about the new opportunity, while we have, I think, lost the opportunity or missed the bus, if I can use that word, when it comes to transgenic technology. A new door of opportunity has opened in terms of a very progressive regulation in the area of genome editing. And obviously, we all understand there are constraints there in not so much in the technology development per se, but in terms of taking it forward to commercialization. So what are your thoughts in terms of what should be done, what must be done to make sure that at least we do not lose this opportunity and exploit this technology to increase productivity in India?
Thank you, Paresh. Before I come to this, question, I will answer. One reference was made by Science Young about farm-saved seed. I think it was probably misunderstood. When I was studying, my reference to farm-saved seed was that Indian Act on Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights has a built-in provision empowering farmers to use the saved seed of a protected variety for planting next crop. So he is not going to do it indefinitely, but as long as seed is pure, because generally as a scientist, in case of pure line varieties, we recommend that at least 2 to 3 years you can use from saved seed without any loss in productivity. So that is what is provided in our law. Now this is one of the prime hindrance, as I see, that no investment from private sector is coming into research and development in pure line varieties. You take, for example, in India, we have total food grain production is 330 million tons. Out of that, rice contribution is 130 million tons and wheat contribution is 110 million tons. So these two crops together contribute 242 million tons to the nation's granary, and they are key to India's food security. But hardly there is investment in these two crops coming from private sector, primarily because these are pure line varieties, very limited area of 6% under hybrid rice, where all industries put together are making investment. Now, if investment has to come from private sector in pure line varieties development, then we have to enable private sector from law provision so that they are able to get return on the investment which they make. So for example, tomorrow if a genome edited product has to come in pure line varieties in rice, wheat, pulses, oil seeds, where we are looking forward for such innovations, how do we protect the interest of the investors who are making investment? And that is where I think a regulation is not an issue as far as genome edited crops are concerned. SDN1 and SDN2 are not considered transgenics under Indian legislation after certain stage. Once we have demonstrated that they are free from exogenous DNA, from foreign DNA, then this is regulated as a conventional plant breeding product. So that is not the issue. The major issue, Government of India, my colleague Dr. Yadav will say he is regulating, he is guiding a project where Government of India has invested 500 crores rupees on genome editing. But we are stuck up on the regulation part in the sense that not regulation in terms of safety and clearances, but the intellectual property right is a major hindrance here. How do we negotiate for the IP? And that is where I think I would urge the private sector, all who is who of the seed industry is here. Do we have product in pure line varieties through genome edited crops that you would like to bring in India and go for commercial scale in soybean, for example, and other crops? You are more than welcome, because we have SDN1, SDN2 deregulated. Because in public sector, when we are doing it, we still have to look for what is the way by which the intellectual property can be managed. And that is a big issue. It is not so simple. Either we come out with our own IP on genome editing, and on that also we are working. Till then we are dependent on the IP regulations from the IP owners. So if private sector can help bringing those technologies, that will be really wonderful. So I think coming to this genome editing part only, that the major concern at this point of time is that how to deal with the intellectual property. Because whenever we had discussion a few times with Corteva and other owners, there are concerns which crop you should work, which crop you should not work, and things of that kind. But I think private sector and Corteva itself, for example, and other on the similar plane should be able to bring the product and get commercialized in the country as per country regulation, because now country regulation is in place, so there is no hindrance to that.
Thank you.
Agreed. Can I so correctly, because like for example, the GABA tomato for plant breeding innovated genome edited product from Japan is now starting to be introduced in other countries. So we're seeing a significant interest from other seed producers to bring the genome edited products across the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Singh, just a follow-up question on that is, you are absolutely right. I think you mentioned intellectual property, and I think there are two aspects to it. One is the intellectual property related to the enabling technology, the genome editing technology per se, and the other is, of course, related to the variety that gets developed, the product. Now, in the enabling technology domain, we have, some companies which you mentioned, for example, which have access to the technology, and I know of at least two other companies which also have access to including Indian seed companies, which also have full access to genome editing technology. And that leads to the other point that you had raised about public-private partnership. And if there is a company which has access to the genome editing technology, what opportunity that opens up to strengthen the public-private partnership, because there is a lot of research, like you mentioned, which is going on in the public sector labs in the area of genome editing. So how can the industry, which has freedom to operate, and the research which is being done in the public sector research organizations, how can we merge these two and develop a strong PPP model so that the benefits go to the farmers?
So So I think this is a very significant statement that you have made. And as far as public sector is concerned, and the key federal government organization is Indian Council of Agricultural Research, we are more than willing to have any such collaboration. If somebody comes with the IP access and wants to share that with Indian program, and whatever work we are doing, and if that work is deploying the IP which is owned, there can be a mechanism worked out for commercialization with in partnership. Absolutely no problem in that.
Excellent. That is very, very encouraging to know. And on the other part of IP, Dr. Yadava, I would like to come to you. We talked about farm-saved seed, but that is not really the real threat, as you know, when it comes to protection of intellectual property in the hybrids and varieties. I think the real threat is from the unscrupulous players in the seed industry. The threat is from the smaller seed industry, which which would not be compliant to intellectual property rights. And what do you think can be done in the regulatory landscape to ensure that that is checked, so to speak, because that is where the threat from the seed industry is, which have organized research program. It's not from farm-saved seed really. It's from misappropriate use of their intellectual property by the unscrupulous players, if I can use that word, in India.
I think a very important point and very close to my heart, which I generally discuss. One thing is that during past 2-3 years, as you mentioned, and even if we talk during this month, I am in such fourth time I am in such program where the associations are participating. One we held on 3rd, where the stakeholders consultation meet was there. Ram Saab and Dr. Rajveer were there. From there, other colleagues, Prabhakar was also there, and many of you were online. Then yesterday we have a meeting on cotton. All these cotton issues were discussed. Day before yesterday, NHA had also such program. So we are meeting, and today again, 4th day we are here. So that point I have been reaching time and again. Number one issue here is the research varieties and hybrids, which is happening. And number two is truthfully labeled seed. These two issues are directly correlated to what you are talking about, the spurious seed or unscrupulous elements which are working in the system. Out of 550 seed companies which are the members of these two associations, the 40 companies which are here, I think, my opinion, I may be wrong, 30 out of that they are well established and they have very good program, and I can say they are comparable and in many cases better than the public sector. So there is no issue. On the other side, there are around 100 total 100 companies which have their own R&D program, and the material is coming to the market. 15% of the hybrids, the research variety hybrids, what we call, that is coming there. The rest of them, around 200, they are honest and they are sticking to the land of the law and they are not doing any unscrupulous activity. Rest 200, or rather more than 200, they all are involved in this, and many of them, they are not the seed company working as seed company, they are working as the seed merchants. You got anything from anywhere, you have packed it, you are marketing it. Our regulation is so weak that we are not able to catch them. In this direction, I think the government, when Sri Ahuja Sahab was the secretary, so one point that was being discussed time and again regarding the DNA finger facilities at the in almost all the laboratories, and that point that came before the current Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So again, that is a big investment issue, where for each and every sample you cannot go, that is costly, also takes time and other things. The other thing is that we should have some, people are talking yesterday, I was in and day before yesterday NAHA meeting, so they were talking about the ethics committee. And in that direction also the HT issue is being raised time and again, that the 20% HT is coming. So from where that HT is coming? These are our own colleagues who are doing that. So in that direction, in addition to regulation may take time. The penalty and other issues, they are in the part of the new seed bill, and some are in that favor, some are not in the favor, CRPC, and so many things are being discussed. So when we talk of the very strong regulation, then again the objections or the murmuring is there from the other side. And the current situation is like that whatsoever people are selling, they are doing very, I think, freely, and nobody is checking those. So in that direction, I think associations, they can also play a very significant role, helping the regulators that yes, this is the area from where people are operating this type of business. So that can be one option. Second, regarding the Sathi portal which we have now launched, the traceability is one of the big issue. Today, whatsoever you are taking in the name of TL or even taking the certificates also, they are selling. Sathi is the blockchain technology where we start from the nucleus seed and up to the farmer's field you have the full data. And there is no chance of entering in between. So if we honor Sathi also, and in that the other issue, day before yesterday also, one of our colleagues, he raised this issue that what will happen with the non-released or research hybrid variety and TL seed. So for that, I have been advocating, I don't know, many of you may not be agreeing as we are talking about the testing system and others. Up to until we don't have any accountability, we don't want to put any rider on that, yes, like the government Raj, that yes, we will be doing everything, but at least some traceability of the material, some history of the material, history of the field, that should come somewhere in the Sathi portal. And that can trace definitely, and the spuriosity issue is there, that can be checked to a larger extent, that I believe. In this case, what is happening that we don't have any source, we don't have any control. So Sathi, I have been working from day one on Sathi. The traceability system which we have put just by scanning the QR code, you can at least know from the first stage to where the breeder seed was produced, which lab gave the seed testing report, which monitoring team did it, then it comes to foundation, again where it was grown, who were the farmers, where the seed was organized, then your certified seed, your TL seed. So I think that type of mechanism all should come, and at least those who are doing honestly, I don't think they should have any objection. And we can make some mechanism. I have been discussing many times at your platform also, in the ministry also, that the TL seed where you are growing, at least the ministry should know that where this seed was grown. How much was the area, when it was grown, what was the history. If a small team, including our AICRP, has total 65 locations across the country, AICRP seed, if we formally make as a regulatory small committee that these will be the 4 members, out of those 4 members, if 3 members, they go and just verify that site, verify the seed, that material from which is coming, from where you have taken that foundation seed, if it is certified or TL program. So that type of mechanism we will have to bring. Up to until we don't bring, this problem will remain as such. Government cannot do anything. Thank you.
So just to extend further what Dr. Yadav has said. This problem of cross-purchasing in case of hybrids, also taking away the parental lines of established companies by others, using one second parent producing hybrids or both parents producing hybrid, has been there in the industry for hybrids also. It is not only with the varieties. With varieties it is going to be more serious. But here I am asking a larger question, that when such variety or hybrid is protected with Protection of Plant Variety and Farmers' Rights Authority, what is the jurisdiction of authority and what authority is doing? Now, you see, if purpose of protection is to have your interest protected, commercial interest protected, if that is not done, then the purpose is defeated. And therefore, I think PPBFRA, some strong mechanism, and I think we would request you all to come out with some suggestions as to how PPBFRA can use the judicial power that it is granted by the government, and if penalization happens to 1, 2, 3 people, if their doors are closed forever, because when somebody is stealing your material and marketing unscrupulously, you know who are the people. It is not that we don't know. For our own varieties of basmati rice, for example, in IARI, if we have 30 official licenses given to 30 companies, we know there are more than 30 people who are producing and selling with the same name, and they are doing it openly. We have written to state government, to seed certification agencies, not to certify and things of that kind. Still this keeps happening. So I think some strong action by law is required, and PPBFRA can definitely develop some mechanism, which has not happened so far. I think there is a need to do that.
I totally agree with that, sir. I think we need to do a lot to make the law more enforceable so that it becomes effective, because so far it has really not been effective in checking that. So with that, I think we will need to close this panel discussion. And I would like to thank our distinguished panelists here for their invaluable comments. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you, Dr. Yadava. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We would like to take a moment to felicitate our panelists. I would like to request Dr. Paresh Verma to kindly felicitate Dr. D.K. Yadava. ADG Seeds, ICAR, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir. We are also delighted to have Dr. A.K. Singh, former Director, ICAR, IARI, joining us. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. With now we move ahead with our panel discussion 2, India's journey towards becoming a global seed hub. The moderator for this session is Mr. Ram Konnia, advisor to the Federation of Seed Industry of India. I would like to invite him along with the panelists on stage. Dr. Santosh Shatawar, President of the International Seed Federation and Chairman of Indo-American Hybrid Seeds. Dr. Gyanendra Shukla, MD CEO Rallis India Limited. Dr. Venkatram Vasantavada, Director FSII, MD and CEO of Seedworks International Private Limited. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Over to you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we start?
Yes, sir.
All right, so good evening, everyone. This is not an easy session because it's the end of the day. And I know that all of you are looking forward to the cocktails more than this session. So I would like to make sure that we make this a bit interesting. So I think we have only 3 panelists. The 4th one has not yet come. So we will continue with this. So this issue of the subject is how to make India a seed hub. Okay. So we have actually been discussing this subject for a long time, and I'm happy that
recording stopped.
And we have been actually discussing this for many years. You know that the global market seed trade is around $14 billion to $15 billion. And we have actually talked about achieving a 10% share in this, which is around $1.4 billion. Well, let's say roughly 10,000 crores. We should be able to build a business of seed export from India. Currently, it's around 2,000 crores, I'm told, as it happens that most of it is vegetables, which is the custom production which happens in the country. So there are 2-3 types of exports that are possible. One is this custom production that we talk about, that vegetable seed companies from outside send their parent material to India, and local companies, they produce and export it back. So this is a very good system that we have established in the country. We compete with China in this, and there is an opportunity to increase this further if we are able to increase our efficiencies in this. In this, we do only non-GM. If you take some countries like South Africa and then Argentina and then Australia, they do GM crops also. Only for export purposes, they get permissions, even though they may not be used in the country. Okay, so that's another opportunity which we may have if we can bring such a legislation into the country. Second is export-oriented seed production. That means you produce an Indian variety, Indian developed variety here, only for export purposes and not for domestic markets. And that is also another thing that is possible. And third is that you produce for both domestic and export markets. In the second category, you have to develop varieties which are suitable for a foreign country. They may not be suitable for India, but then you produce them here and export. That is the second category. Third is that the variety is suitable for both domestic and export markets. So these are roughly 3 categories of products which can feature in the export market development. That's what we are discussing today, that how do we increase the business for India in this. So no better person than Santosh to start with, because he is the president of the International Seed Federation. Among the 4 of us, he knows the global markets the best. So he should actually tell us that, what do you think? What should India do to actually increase our share in the global market of seed trade?
Yeah, good evening everyone, and thanks for this opportunity to FSII once again for inviting me here. I'll take the topic of high value export seed production, which is Indian farmers, which they are producing right now, but there's a potential to produce much more, and it goes with the Prime Minister's vision of doubling farmer income. So there, one of the first stumbling blocks we will hit as a country is IP protection. Okay, if someone wants to produce a highly tolerant tomato with multiple disease tolerances, for example, and they want to give production to any good company, they are really hesitant to come here. So we might lose out to a country which gives that protection. Maybe Tanzania, maybe any country, Zambia, wherever, somewhere in South America, where the IP is protected. Because we've been talking about it, and our scientists have highlighted so much on the number of years it takes to get a hybrid out. So you work all those years, you use all your intellectual capacity, capability, and you bring a hybrid out, and then you want it to be produced for scaling up. So we need to really, at some point, revisit this and see how we are going to enable this. Enable high-value seed production for export in multiple agroclimatic zones in India. We have 15 core agroclimatic zones and multiple microenvironmental zones. So we have the capability. What's stopping us is that, okay, there are many people producing, but you can double the number of people producing this straight off the bat just by giving them protection. You can't have one line slipping out here and no enforcement and no mechanism of enforcement to protect the innovator. It could be even Indian companies. I know of many of my industry colleagues have great hybrids. They are looking to produce it outside India because of the same problem. It's a serious issue, and it's like you're penalizing the innovator for coming up with something great. And this is across the board. I'm talking about the public, private industry, everyone. Scientists get really the backlash of this. So I feel this is the first step. Along with that, okay, there are issues with phytosanitary that is coming up, pest risk analysis. I think those things come next. First is the protection, and then other things will follow, because I've been observing last couple of years, things have really started moving faster. And I must acknowledge the efforts being put by FSII here to kind of communicate this and to get the visibility of the issues and engage with the policymakers and the government. So I would say that would be number one off the bat. The IP, really, that's really, let me just call it out, because that's something we don't want to talk about, but that's exactly what's stopping us from going, like they say, from good to great. Thanks.
Thank you. So when you say high value, you mean vegetables?
Yeah, high value vegetable seeds, where the farmer has a big opportunity to make a very good income. Farmer income, really high value seed production. You know, your livelihood impact factor is very good. And they are, you know, making seed for other countries around the world. Other farmers are going to plant it.
So I think as not only in seeds, but in general, we have to understand that we have to look at value of exports. And we have a great example of Netherlands in that, who are leaders in worldwide agricultural exports because of the way they focus on the high value stuff, right? So I think we have to actually also understand. So whenever you talk of high value stuff, you have to look at intellectual property. So I think it's a good point.
One quick point. The next point that I'll be very brief about is Indian growers need to sell more produce outside India and across the board. I'm talking about tomatoes, hot peppers, sweet peppers. And some of those products may not be what we consume in India, but the seeds are available with the number of global players that are there in India, so we could export to several countries. And we got to, you know, manage our residue issues and the quality issues, and that's also equally important. But that's also another way in which we can look outward, so that it's not just what is excess that gets exported, but we specifically produce for overseas markets. It could be the Middle East, it could be anywhere in South Asia, and we have the potential to grow the best. It's a matter of, you know, putting ourselves in a position where we analyze the markets, we study it, and there can be a private-public partnership to do this, and then we identify potential markets where fresh produce, all range of vegetables, lettuce is grown in the best of conditions and exported. You know, this is another area where Indian farmers can really benefit with the good production system, a value chain, the cold chain, and everything.
So all of you might have read the HLEAG report, which was submitted to the 15th Finance Commission, which identified 22 value chains which have to be used to increase agricultural exports from India. There is also a 2018 policy published by the Ministry of Commerce on increasing agricultural exports from India. So please read that. It talks of similar things, what Santosh Shatawar is saying, that you have to focus on the high value and very well identified value chains. And they must be value chains in which we have competitive advantage. So we must identify and then actually focus on them. Okay, so I will now come to Venkatram. Venkat, so you have been running your company and you are also doing exports from India. So can you say that from an infrastructure standpoint or from any other process point of view, what are the constraints you are seeing today, and what kind of support is going to help the industry to increase exports?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think Santosh touched upon the high value ones. I will talk about not high value, but the mass products, if one has to say, and some of my industry colleagues are there who also export. Look, so I think India is blessed in a way, if you look at it in entire Asia, barring China, for some of the crops, probably corn, rice, I mean, these are the two big crops. Some of these countries have a big disadvantage of even producing it. Thailand produces, obviously, some corn, but countries like Philippines, Vietnam, and most of the smaller countries. So we and I'm just picking up the second category where Mr. Kaundinya was talking about. I think we produce for us, but we also produce for others. So multinational companies do it for their subsidiaries across. Companies like us, or probably, you know, Rice Tech and Rallies and all of us, we have businesses which are, you know, driven by exports. So I think that itself is an opportunity, a very big opportunity, and we are largely stuck because of infrastructure issues, because the delays at the port, because there are only very few ports, there are no dry ports available, and this is something which we also have written, how can India become a competitive seed export hub. The production locations or the locations where the seed is produced or the states, some of them are actually landlocked. I mean, they don't have an access to the port. The access to the port is very far off. Typically, if you take an Hyderabad, if you take Aurangabad, probably if you take a Coimbatore down south. So there are cities or you know, states where there is a large production which happens, but they don't have the ports facilities. So I think dry ports would be a good option if India really wants to, you know, become an export base, because this goes in bulk, and these are some of those things which are very much needed by those countries. I mean, if you don't export corn and rice to those countries, probably they will have a tough challenge. So I think the first call is these dry port facilities for quicker movement of seeds closer to the production centers can be one issue. The second is, you know, but this is a very silly one, but we get caught into this always in terms of differentiating between a seed for growing a crop versus a commercial seed. And most of the time we are only doing a firefighting, especially in rice. We see that very often, and sometimes also obviously, you know, in the other crops. So that is one. Then there are no financial incentives also for any of those seed exporters, even for the vegetables, as well as if we really want to become, and we are hearing a lot about being a seed export, I think there has to be some financial incentives which should be done. In fact, the government of India or the respective state governments were running some programs of incentivizing farmers to, you know, produce seed, and then I think those programs were there some years back, but they have all actually, you know, gone back. So setting up of a seed export promotion council, dry port facilities, national policy on developing of seed exports, so that I think different agencies will deal with it, because the customs deals with this whole aspect completely differently from a plant quarantine to somebody who is, you know, in the Department of Agriculture, and they don't talk sufficiently to each other, and then we make them talk and then, you know, try to firefighting. So these are some of those bottlenecks from a policy, from an infrastructure point of view. And the reason why I said incentivizing, today if I look at rice and corn, there is in fact a big competition which is happening, because our domestic production itself is getting impacted because of multiple issues, climate change and, you know, issues of that sort. And there are no new production locations which are coming up. Everybody is fighting into that same piece of land. Now if I have to make a choice as a company, and some of my colleagues would agree, probably, you know, exporting is actually a better option from a company's standpoint, because you end up making more money, but then you are also depriving the Indian farmer of the availability of the seed. So the government of India also has to look into this and enable mechanisms for us to encourage and identify locations where we can actually, you know, produce more. But huge opportunity in terms of some of these large cereal crops, while of course there is enough and more for vegetables, which Santosh is talking about. So these are my few points.
Thank you. I think these are all very important points. You know, the other day I was listening to the CEO of Niti Aayog and Mr. Subramaniam. So he was mentioning about agricultural exports in India, from India. And one of the biggest constraints we face is the freight cost from area of production to the port. That actually makes us non-competitive in the international markets. So how do you actually bring efficiencies into transportation? Is a big point, actually, not only for seeds, because seed is also a bulky item. Unless you are talking of vegetable seeds, which is not a bulky item, But if you want to build field crops, seed export, for example, maize, rice, the freight is a big component of, so there has to be this dry port facilities, there has to be some other mechanisms by which you can transport seed to the ports at a competitive cost, and then you are able to compete in the global markets. You know, anything related to export, whether it is seed or agricultural produce, you must be competitive in the global markets. You know, you are fighting a competition. So competitiveness must come in two areas. One is cost of production, second is quality of production. If you are not competitive on both these fronts, you can't stand in the international markets. And Dr. Attawar can vouch for that, because when you are actually in the international markets, these are very ruthless markets. They won't spare you if you are not giving the quality and at that competitive price. So you have to be really at the cutting edge of these things if you have to compete. So let me come to the newly minted CEO of Rallis, Gyanendra Shukla. Gyanendra, you are an expert on Africa, right? And we all see that Africa is a great market. You know, many times when we talk of exports, we look at Africa as a destination many times. So you worked there, you are an expert on that. Plus, of course, you have a lot of experience with the domestic markets and everything, international experience you have. So can you bring out some points that, you see, whatever Venkatram talked about is the policy part. And today here, we don't have any government official to listen to us on policy matters, right? So you talk from the point of view of what we have to do as industry to increase exports. And you might look at Africa as a great possible destination for us.
Yeah, thank you, Ram, for asking this question. I think, you know, when we think of Africa, we have to think really we need to have a very long-term view at first place. So Africa is not one area where, you know, you produce pack for somebody and sell. I think a deeper understanding of Africa, if somebody wants to operate in Africa, is first requirement. And because Africa could be very diverse. If you go from this side, you know, Sudan, and other side, Western Africa, climates could change, crop pattern could change. Even from north to south, there's a lot of diversity. So I think it'll be very, very important. And Africa is not I mean, if you put 10 India maps together, that's the size of Africa we have to understand. There are 54 countries. So if you're thinking of Africa, don't think of Africa. I think identify countries. So there are countries in southern and eastern Africa. There are a few countries in northern Africa. There are a few countries in Western Africa and some in Mediterranean Africa. So I guess approach should be to identify countries which are going to be agriculturally important at first place. Then look at the crops. I think if you look at, for example, when you talk about India, rice comes as a very, very important crop and then followed by wheat. But if you go to Africa, actually rice and wheat are not the most important crop. So maize becomes very, very important crop if you're looking at, you know, large seeded crop. Of course, you know, Mr. Attawar talked about a small seeded crop vegetable where you can produce here, export it, provided, you know, the trust of IPR is there. And I think that IPR issue will always exist there. But in Africa, there could be a great opportunity if companies started looking at crops which are important for them, which will be white maize, which we don't do in India. There's yellow maize, there's sorghum, millet, sunflower. These are the crops which are important for them. And as you go to West Africa, even some rice and some sunflower in eastern part of Africa becomes important. So look at the crop, have a long-term view, and I think the way we should look at it is building slowly. And I think Venkat, I just want to highlight that point. When I tried during my tenure in the previous company to export large seeded crop out of India, the biggest challenge was infrastructure hurdle. So the time taken to produce seed and make sure it lands on time, the availability of refrigerated containers and lead time and all could be very killing. So think of a different strategy. And one of the strategies could be have the germplasm access, maybe do initially breeder seed, foundation seed here, try to do commercial seed production there, and take some of the capabilities we have developed here to produce the seed, because cheap labor is available here, is also available there. I think we might have a constraint of producing large amount of seed because we have our own problem. As an industry, we're struggling. Today, at least last 2 years, we have seen for several crops, we have not been able to produce enough hybrid seed at least. No, varietal seed is not a problem. So I think take that kind of approach, and then I think we are likely to more succeed. So focus on countries, focus on crops, do some steps here, do some steps there so that we can take out the inefficiencies of the system and start creating credibility there. Because again, we have to keep in mind when we go to Africa as Indian companies, we would be competing with all large multinationals which also operate there, right? And they also have in many countries advantage of large farms, now where seed production can happen. So there we have to see whether we can work with government of India and say, would for export purpose, the collectivization of farm effort which is going on in India in the form of FPOs or co-ops or corporate farming can be given any kind of incentive or leeway to operate that more efficiently. Those are some of the points I thought.
Yeah, thank you. So I think these are all important points when we talk of Africa. And I myself, when I was heading Advanta, went to Africa many times, and we used to export to Sudan, right? We used to export sunflower seed to Sudan. So one of the issues I faced, I don't know whether you have this or not, the LCs from Africa are very rarely accepted by Indian banks or even international banks. So the banking system and the payment systems from Africa and some of the countries in Africa, not all of them, but some of the countries, is an issue. So I think, yeah, most of them.
South Africa and Kenya,
Yeah.
they are not sure about their own foreign.
Exactly. So I think whenever we talk of exports, we also have to look at the receiving or the importing countries' financial systems, banking system, the payment, certainty, and how do you actually look at that. So it is not an easy task. Many of us will then end up exporting to other countries which are more stable, Southeast Asian countries, and then other Western countries and things like that. But if we have to really become, in international seed business, there is something called counter-season production, and which is done by most of the large corporations from US. They do counter-season production in Chile, and then some of the southern hemisphere they do it, so that they're able to bring product in time for their own seasons, so that they cut down on the time required and they cut down on inventory carrying costs and things like that. So where India is in the northern hemisphere, right? So, but some parts of India we may be able to do which are meant for northern hemisphere countries from agro-climatic zone purposes, perspectives. But can we position ourselves as a counter-season production center and compete with countries like Chile or South Africa, some of the southern hemisphere countries? So what do you think of that opportunity, whether in vegetables or whether in field crops?
So obviously when you're looking at counter-season production, and I think your points on administrative challenges are very, very important. If somebody is going to Africa, make sure you have a very good relationship with the embassies. Cover your bases from the financial perspective. There's no brainer on that. I think finances, availability of dollar and all of that can become a challenge. But on counter-season production, I would say, can we compete with Chile and all? I think we'll have to really see, because when you're talking about high value vegetables, then you'll also be competing with many European companies there. So there are a lot of Israeli companies, Dutch companies, French companies, including now Chinese companies are also operating in that marketplace. So I guess if we can invest in infrastructure of that kind, and again goes back to IP, because then your competition is very different. Maybe those varieties are not sold here. You'll be accessing the germplasm, which might be suitable for those climate. Sometimes when you live in Africa, you realize, they don't have, you go to a store, and you see the kind of variety of vegetables are available. Actually, there's a much more narrower band than what we find here. So you'll be focusing on few crops, and that's where your competition with outside companies and again IPR issues will equally become important. I don't know, Mr. Thawer, what do you think? Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment. It's very encouraging that some of the Indian companies who've done very good research in recent years are now starting to produce in Chile and in Italy. So that's the other way of looking at it, where, you know, if you want to develop in India, you got to start developing the basic infrastructure. That takes time, and then over a period of time, we have the agroclimatic zones, but there's a whole chain that comes with it, right, from sowing, the disease management, how you manage your fields, the PQ requirements. So it's a long chain of things, but we can start with the pilot project for a few years, work on it, and, you know, we can make an attempt to develop the infrastructure. That's possible. But also the flip side is Indian companies producing, for example, great cabbage varieties or you know, any other brassica varieties are today producing in those countries, and that's coming to India. The reason I said this is because there was a talk sometime back that everything should be produced within India. If we are a global player, then we got to reciprocate, because what we don't have, we produce outside, and what we can produce for the outside world, we do it. And then if you want to look at infrastructure development, for example, for cabbages specifically, or any other such crops, then you got to work on developing the infrastructure that comes in place. You know, even the government, I urge them, although many of them may not be here, they can go and study what's happening in Chile. Look at it end to end. Take a full measure, don't take half a measure. Look at the policies in place to support the growers. Look at how they treat the disease management. You look at every aspect and then come back and, you know, initiate a pilot. It may not work today, but maybe somewhere down the line, this initiative will pay off. So it can work both ways. So, you know, the inventory management, of course, is always a great thing that you can manage between two hemispheres. That's being done for a long time, and I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, thank you. So coming to you, Venkat, back to you. So what do you think are the things that, based on your own experience of exporting from here, and you are operating more in Southeast Asian countries, what are the good things that are working for Indian companies? What do you see today as the strengths or things which are working?
I mean, I think one thing which at least I have learned is Southeast Asian countries will have a big handicap in terms of doing mass production for some of the cereal crops, given, you know, the extreme weather conditions which anyway we are also now experiencing. So India stands a good chance. Because we have learned growers. Again, you know, all of us, we know that we have agroclimatic conditions which will help us to scale, and then there are newer locations which are coming up. But I think one of the things is there is a reciprocity which has to happen. Seed sovereignty is something which every country, within a country like India, we are saying states also want to be secure in that. So I think it has to be a two-way process. I mean, pardon me for that, I am still trying to get my mind when we are saying we want to be a seed export hub, are we trying to do a custom production and make, or are we trying to, because exporting seed is also something which is a long process, and all of us, we know who have, because it will take 3 or 4 years for you to register an hybrid, there is an investment, there is a cost which the companies have to. I am not seeing any kind of facilitation or encouragement from a policy standpoint on that bit of it. Now, some of us who are doing it have been doing it for the past few years and are continuing to do it because obviously we have. But let us say if I have to go and invest in a completely new country, it is a 4 years or a 3 years of trialing process, and then, you know, you'll have to, why will that country start, you know, accepting your seed just because you want to be an export hub? So I'm still not very clear on this export hub bit of it. What is the point we are trying to, because I feel one is the reciprocity, one is the incentivization to the companies. One can be the custom production is a big ticket item, as Santosh has talked about, but in cereal crops, I think we can do a lot. And there again, you know, there has to be a dialogue, and they'll have to incentivize the companies here. Third, we spoke about infrastructure, the bottlenecks, the demurrages, the time taken, the different departments. So far I think it has been good for some of us, but I would not say it has been extremely good, because we go through these challenges. All of us, we know that 20% custom duty which was imported because suddenly somebody discovered that no, this is actually a grain and seed, and then we took a long time explaining to them. So those confusions are there. So if we really want to be an exporter, first of all, we want to be very clear. What are the areas we want to do, which are the crops we want to, and then what is the mechanism. And I think there should be a good dialogue between the private sector as well as the policy makers. And I think all of us we are raring to go, and definitely we would like to also explore opportunities and markets which are beyond India, beyond what we are currently doing.
So is there a need to brand Indian seed in the global markets? That this seed is a good quality seed, you can depend on this, you can depend on Indian suppliers as reliable suppliers. So is there an investment to be done if we have to recommend to the government that you must invest in building Indian seed production as a reliable
source? Absolutely, absolutely. But I think that has to happen between government to government, while we will strive to do whatever we can. But I think that credibility has to be built. I mean, there is some credibility. It is not that, we are also a preferred, country in terms of some of the cereal crops and all, but I think that is a dialogue at a government to government level, and then obviously there is because I think Dr. Shukla will agree, experiences of Africa which you have, I have done a little bit of it. I think the might of, if you look at Chinese versus India, and we have experienced it earlier when we were working in Africa, I think there is a lot of might which the government also puts in, along with the private sector there, of saying that, look, I mean, they have set up facilities of research and all in Sudan, which everybody knows about it. So that bit of support and encouragement has to be there if really we want to position India as one of the, export hubs, or one of the countries from where, people can access seed.
Okay. Now let's throw it open for questions from the audience for next 5 minutes. Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to make one point. So I think, so when we think of India as an export hub for Africa, and your point on branding is very, very important, how we build the credibility. So my advice would be that we start with a small seeded crop where we can produce in a much better condition, because I can tell you, so I used to do a lot of corn seed production there, right? I used to sell about 50,000 tons of corn seed. And out of that, all the seed I produced in few countries in the southern eastern Africa, it was all pad dried, and you can keep it in the normal ambient storage for 5 years, nothing will happen. Now Indian seed, you have to pad dry, and if you send it to the market, once it comes back, it's all write off. So we have to understand how do we use our ability to leverage climatic condition there also. So that's why I was saying, is there a step by step approach where something you do here and something you do there?
Yeah, that's a very valid point. And like you said, there is nothing that you can suddenly jump to the 7th floor. You have to go floor by floor and then step it up and then slowly build it. So any questions from the audience? Yeah, Rahul.
Maybe not a question, but just an input. We were representing some delegation to Taiwan, and Taiwan as a country is, because they have a agriculture policy, like a government policy, that they will not increase their land bank, arable land bank, so they have a limited land. So they are now finding, like which countries we should produce seed, because they are really a good R&D based companies there, but they don't have the capacity to produce and export to the other worlds. So they were actually asking the Indian seed industry that and then that delegation was, they said that, okay, if you want to produce in India, for example, what we need is, first of all, we should get the security that my seeds will be given back to me. So that's the level of impression they have sitting across the table, and that thing. And second is on the quality, because they say, okay, I produce for Europe, for example, Taiwan wants to produce for Europe, the kind of skill labor and the quality parameters which we have in terms of capacity building, I think that industry can actually demonstrate. So that has to be also stepped up. And then the third point was, they were mentioning about the infrastructure at the government authorities level, because clearing the seeds, like the seed movement, is so tough. So I think this inputs, if we industry can give to the plant quarantine and the custom departments, I think that would help us, because certain companies like certain countries like we will be having our seed congress in Sanya for the APSA. Sanya is a special economic zone which has actually dedicated seed, government provided seed labs for testing for exports. Government provided seed funds for getting a LC. So it is like specifically within the banks also they have created a specific seed department. Within the quarantine department like the customs there is a seed team. So this kind of interventions I think if we can bring and push to the government, I think do a pilot as Santosh sir was saying, that do a pilot and that could help us. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Who else? Yes.
Sorry, also another question. Michiel van Erkel, agricultural councillor from the Netherlands. I'm happy that to hear the Dutch being named several times. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for a fantastic seminar, webinar, annual general meeting I'm now seeing. Fantastic. I want to confirm what has been said here, but it's a bit difficult in this room because we all know this, the importance of IP. If I listen to the Dutch companies, that's exactly the reason what they're saying. Yeah, I would love to bring in my latest developments, but I'm not going to do it now. Secondly, investments in R&D, indeed. And I would say, and I was just talking to my colleague, if we look in the Netherlands, I mean, it's all the private sector. Sure, you have Wageningen University, but they will do it on a contract basis. The support from the government isn't there. And if you then mention that the Netherlands, yes, we're not number one, but we're number two in the agriculture as far as export is concerned. I mean, we as a government, what we support is my job more or less. Is being a counselor, is being there and standing up in a room like this and tell how good the Dutch are, things like that. And in that way, I would also like to return to the remark that was made, yeah, but we need more support from our, and I'm speaking on behalf of India, our government, for example, to get into Africa and look at the Chinese, what they're doing. Yes, correct. To be honest, we're one of the biggest seed producers in the world, and we didn't do this as a government. We didn't create all these labs and things like that. So, yes, you should have a government, I guess, and we're happy to support also Indian government in this, that supports your sector in opening doors to legislators abroad and things like that. But in the end, I think it is the sector itself that has to do it. I mean, I can't count on, to be honest, to count on my own government. We don't have the funds for it. And also Indian governments will not have the funding to create this. So just a few remarks, but thank you very much for the enlightening discussions that we have seen here on the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are happy that you liked the sessions here, and then we look forward to your coming again and again and staying in India for a longer time. Yeah, thank you. But I think this point came that China has made some very strategic investments in Africa. I think that we must recognize. Once I went to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. In Addis Ababa, there is a very huge and nice building where government offices are located. So when I went close to that, I saw a small board there. This building is donated by the People's Republic of China. So you can imagine the level of strategic investments they have made in creating a goodwill for the country in some of these countries. And that goes a long way. So I agree with him that governments have to make strategic investments to support the seed industry to expand the export business. But the question is also there that, all of us know in our industry that the future challenge for seed industry is going to be seed production. Seed production is not going to be easy. It's going to get tougher and tougher with changing climate and weather and restricted areas which are suitable for seed production. So like the minister said earlier that come to UP and seed production, yes, why not? We must try that. We have to increase seed production areas in the country. This is a great thing we must look at, and we must take it as a real requirement for the industry. Otherwise, by exporting, like Venkat said, at some stage that question will come, do you want to feed local markets or export markets from the same acreage, from the same. Yeah, always you will have to choose local markets, and you can't export out. So I think those are all a few things. So any other questions before we close? I know that Surbhi is giving me dirty looks, so I have to close it. So any other last question? Okay, so I think thank you all very much. Very good discussion. IP comes out as the #1 requirement if we have to export from here, and then infrastructure comes as the next one, where we will have to have better infrastructure to be able to actually export out from here. And we have to invest more in research. I mean, the private sector will have to invest more in research to develop. And there are various other things which said that we need to have long-term investments we have to make. We have to reciprocate. We can't be just an exporter. We also have to import from the same country. Otherwise, they will not allow you to do it for a long time. And Seed Export Promotion Council, we talked about this. EPIDA wanted to take it up on themselves. I don't know what has happened to that after that. But Seed Export Council is something which, yeah, Dr. Singh, you want to say something? Okay. So then we have to identify the exact crops and countries where we have to focus on developing exports. And there are, and it is a slow process. It is a slow process. We have to build step by step, but with a very particular and specific strategy in mind. And we must clearly know in which direction we are moving. So those are a few things. If I have summarized it, okay? Yeah? All right. Yeah, Dr. Singh, you want to say something?
Just a quick point on, this branding thing. So a few days back, we were discussing with the APIDA on Basmati branding, Indian Basmati branding globally. So this India Brand Equity Foundation, it's a big organization which is doing branding for Government of India for all, such important products, but it will be branding like Indian seed, not for company A, B, C. It is India seed as a brand, and they are doing it for the governments. I think once the associations decide, can approach this organization.
Thank you very much. India Brand Equity
Foundation, yeah. You are aware. So I think then our association should talk to them, yeah, Raghavan, about this India Brand Equity Foundation, whether we can get some branding done for Indian seed, right, outside the country. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Back to you, Surbhi.
Thank you for a thought-provoking discussion. Now we delve into a crucial topic, the socio-economic and environment impacts of the seed sector, along with the need for inclusive and sustainable practices. Okay, before that, thank you to all the panelists. A huge round of applause, please. We want to see the energy for the cocktail and dinner. I think we need to save some. Okay, so I would like to request our director, Ms. Ananda, who's also the head of corporate communications and media relations at East West Seeds, to kindly grace her presence on the stage, please.
Good evening. So really, my presentation right at the end really is the kind of probably a summation of everything that we have heard about today, but no discussion can be complete without this vital topic, which is about talking about inclusive and sustainable practices. Now, we have heard a lot of discussion today. I have made fantastic notes today, and we have talked about role of India and how we have a role to play in the global seed sector, and you know, more arable land than in China and in US, and the minister talked about, you know, land records, farmer registry, and all of that. And all of these things are encompassed in these two words, which is inclusive and sustainable practices, which we need to think about. If we really want today, just now, you know, illustrious speakers are talking about branding the Indian seed, and that cannot be done if we do not plan to implement these approaches actively, both by the government as well as by the private industry. Now, I will not take you through all the challenges and the risks and the impacts. We are already aware of it, and I'm also aware that it is the end of the day. So what I would like to quickly, you know, like to propose is, basically, you know, we know the economic impact it has on the smallholder farmers and the access to quality seeds. We have talked about quality seeds as an important aspect, as an important part of the seed industry, the impact it has, the economic impact, and the labor practices and the rural employment and the gender disparities. We have also talked about market volatility and farmer vulnerability. We have talked on the environmental impacts is about the climate change and seed resilience. We have discussed it also as a part of our you know, discussions today, and also about soil health and the climate resilience. Now, the important aspect of it is we've also discussed a lot about investments. So if you really want to bring investment into the seed sector in various ways, you know, it's only if we look at creating a really, you know, well thought out and, you know, a systematic way of, you know, creating a sustainability approach for our companies, inclusive and sustainability practices. So as a good practice, as a best practice that, you know, I have had the opportunity to attend this training, which was organized by Grow Asia last year, which was on the 10 ASEAN guidelines, which were talked about, you know, all these 10 aspects. We have discussed all these 10 aspects today. I think there are fantastic guidelines for any company, any organization, if we were to you know, increase our credibility in the global market going forward. We have talked about food security and nutrition. We have talked about economic development. We have talked about marginalized communities, which are women and young people, how to bring them into agriculture. We have talked about tenure rights. We have talked about, you know, for instance, the minister talked about land registry, and it was so interesting for me to hear this, because this is what we require. If we really want to do that, we have to do this in a systematic way. And this is a wonderful pilot that if they have done it in UP, it is something which we need to do all over the country. And this will clear the land. If we want to, you know, today we are talking about increased, you know, for instance, Kaundinya Garu just talked about increasing the land for production. This is how we will do it if we clear the tenure rights. And that can be done with, you know, establishing proper dialogues with the communities present there. And we have talked about natural resources, the resources of India, for instance, the germplasm. The scientist here today, Dr. Singh, has talked about all the germplasm that we have as a wonderful resource in the country. We talked about technology interventions, and the climate change, and the rule of law and governance, and impact assessment and accountability, and regional approaches. So I think these are all the 10 guidelines which encompass everything, it's like a ready-made reckoner for us. If we were to, we are one of the, in fact, we are one of the signatories to this. We are one of the countries to have signed this. But if we had to implement these, I think that would really help us, in creating the credibility that we want in the world market for the Indian seed sector. So if we were to contribute as FSII, how would we do that? I have a few ideas. So, there is this access to seed, we all are aware of the seed index. It's a wonderful process at FSII. We have gone through this, and I believe that it is time we establish that kind of an index even for India. I mean, we don't necessarily need to go for these kind of certifications or look outside of India. I think we have enough, resources and expertise to look at an index which can, certify companies and their seed. Because, like Dr. Simon Groot, our founder, says, a quality seed can change the life of millions. And we've talked about quality repeatedly here today. So why can't we think of an index like that here in India? And that will also inspire other companies as well. And when we talk about women farmers, I mean, we talked about marginalized communities in the country. Women are a great resource. They are an invisible workforce in Indian agriculture today. About 60 to 70% of all the agricultural operations in the country are by women in one way or the other. And then women in agriculture at professional levels, they are also contributing to about 20 to 30%, but they all remain invisible because of various reasons. For instance, women farmers, they don't even have, we don't even have a way to capture how many women farmers we have in the country today. Of course, we still are grappling with the fact of capturing the numbers of the farmers themselves, but what about women farmers? How do we, like a small country like Indonesia has done a small example. I've recently heard an example where they have created a registry by which they could identify women farmers. And, when you do that, you can really give them the resources which they are not able to access right now. Even in Thailand, even in Philippines, they have done that. They have a registry where they are able to capture the women farmer details. So are we doing that here in India? Are we doing anything about it at all? We are talking about ethical supply chains, and we are grappling, all of us as seed companies continue to grapple with issues of child labor in the supply chains and minimum wages. It's like, minimum wages is almost like an elephant in the room. So somehow we have to, like for instance, we have an industry association, ECO, for the seed companies, where we are working on bringing more and more awareness about these issues, ethical issues in supply chain, such as child labor and minimum wages. Unless we do that with much more consistency and much more commitment, we are not going to come out with models. Till now, we are doing as individual companies some of these efforts, but I believe that a systematic approach can be developed. If we work all of us together, we can develop a model. For instance, how will you monitor child labor in your supply chains? I mean, I've been associated with this problem for the past, 18 years, and I still think it's a problem, and it's evolving. What was there, the problem 15 years ago, is little different now. In 18 years, I see in FSII it's different. So what are we doing in creating approaches that will give us a way to handle these problems? Now we have more digitized payments available. Now everybody has UPI in the country, and farmers more so. So why can't we think about creating, this was a big problem about 15 years ago. How do we pay minimum wages? We are paying to the, we have contract farmers, we are principal employers, we are paying them, but the payment is not reaching to the laborers. But now that problem, I think, can be solved with the technology which is available, but the commitment has to be there in the companies and the associations to bring it to the fore, and then also, create models. Also about, ESG training and awareness. We as FSII need to bring in more, make it one of our objectives to bring in more awareness about ESG and about sustainability reports, and all of these things would really inspire our peers in the industry to try and implement these in the Indian seed sector. Of course, promote sustainable policies. We have discussed this earlier, so I'm not going to touch upon that. So these are some of the ideas which I've had in my mind, which I wanted to share with you. And I'm glad really, in a way, that I'm the last speaker, because in a way, this is really one of the key things that we have to touch upon before we close for the day. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those insightful remarks. As we draw today's conference to a close, I invite our Executive Director, Mr. Raghavan Sampath Kumar, for the concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, Surabhi. It's not necessarily a concluding remarks, but I know people are tired as well as waiting for dinner, but it's my duty to thank a few people, a group of people. First, it should be our board, FSII's board, and particularly OBs for their super responsive guidance, that I should say, and our board as well for their insights and guidance, and our advisor, Mr. Ram Kaundinya, and all our crop and thematic teams that do an extra job that I mentioned before, and they are the ones who provide us the ammunition. We are just the guns, and they give us the bullets. So I thank each and every crop and thematic team, thematic groups, and the most tense person in our office is actually me. So I have a coolest team at the secretariat. So whenever I look at them, I say, don't panic, please calm down. So that is the thing I get from my team. So I am grateful to my team, and so much of effort goes behind organizing events like this. You won't believe, last year, same AGM, the lift in our building was not working. So we have to climb up 10 floors up and down for at least 2 times a day. I mean, in those 2 days, and yesterday it was a bit difficult to find labor here to transport things. So all goes behind in making and delivering a good event. I'm sure you must have enjoyed at the same time. Thank you for the applause. You must have enjoyed at the same time, must have got a lot of information and learnings as well. So until we meet next time in the next AGM and conference, signing off, and thank you very much. Enjoy the dinner. Thanks a lot. Sorry? Yeah, sure. So thanks everyone, and if I missed anyone, I'm sorry, but again, our PR team, Surabhi, and communications team, so thanks everyone. Thanks to IHC. Thank you very much.